And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome everybody to Final Fantasy V. This is gonna be the third full Job Fiesta run of 2025, and this time we are playing on the Super Nintendo version. With the fan translation, that is. And, well, we also have a Meteor run this time around. Meteor effectively meaning that we can get any job at any point, and that's going to be how it is. I think I didn't actually update my cropping correctly. It has the correct aspect ratio, but it is the wrong cropping, so give me a second. There we go. Is that right? I think that's right. I think there's slight black borders in the cutscenes, and they will go away during the menus. I'll see. Anyways, I also just realized I did not actually upload my other runs to YouTube yet, even though I did say I would do that. So I hope I'm gonna remember this after today. I will need to download them and upload them to YouTube afterwards. So it's probably gonna take a bit. But I definitely should get to that. Anyways, this is a Meteor run, which means we can get any job at any point, as well as duplicates allowed, so we can get any job again. And this time, it's also not a coincidence that we have our characters here be freelancer at the top, because the very first job I got is freelancer. Meteor is the only, I think, setting where you can get a freelancer, so actually having one to work with is going to be quite different than usual, at least for me. And I have a question. Would anybody be interested in making this like a 2-character run? I was considering making this a solo character challenge run, but I was mostly gonna go with that if we had a job that could easily deal with Karlabos. Freelancer is not terrible, but I think with 2 characters it would just be a bit more comfy, while still posing a bit more of a challenge than usual. You haven't got the game category set up? Oh, I think you're right. Let me do that real quick. Why did that get unset anyways? I don't remember removing that one. I guess I was playing 9 Kings previously. Maybe I forgot to add that category previously too. Anyways, Final Fantasy V has been set up. Thank you, Mythos, for the heads up. For the video, it shouldn't matter, obviously. But yeah, if we do a 2-character challenge run, which 2 characters should we keep? I think we're gonna decide whether we're gonna do that and which characters to keep once we get to the first crystal, I think. We're just gonna go straight through. Also, I'm locally recording this one, so I hope the upload quality to YouTube is gonna be better than the other ones that I'm gonna export. It is, however, captured from my SNES directly, so a bit of pixelation is going to naturally happen there. Regular Meteor or something? Spicy like natural? It is regular Meteor in this case. Took you a while to figure it out when he thought it was looking weird. Yeah, I completely missed the category thing. I probably didn't have that set for a while, because previously you would just always set the game rather than it being called a category. Also, our volume clamping at least is working now, so I think it should not be too loud even with this sound effect here. Alrighty, welcome to the Super Nintendo version. We have a configuration menu. We set the battle speed to 5. Basically this is more of a difficulty slider. I like to have a nice and casual run. 1 means basically enemies immediately act as soon as well, completely ignoring your turns. If you set it to 5, you have like half a second or a second of time to input your commands before the battle continues whenever you get a turn. Message speed to fastest, then we set the quick menu. I'm really missing the quick menu in later Final Fantasy games, honestly, because this is so nice. It allows you to press up for attack, down for item, left for the first ability, right for the second ability, L for changing your role, and R change in order to defend. Then memory cursor, so the game memorizes where we are, and we're just gonna go with... I didn't really think this one through. Let's go with green this time. Bit of a brighter green, I suggest. Why not? Okay. Good luck, then you already got a wonderful class on Freelancer. Yeah, Freelancer is really good, all things considered. Poco, wait here. So because this is the SNES version, aka Super Famicom, we don't have a run button. As long as we don't have a thief in our party, so we're just gonna be casually strolling through this entire thing. On the bright side, I can actually just hold down the A button even before combat begins, and it's automatically going to select my attack command here. How about deciding a character based on the job, like Magic, Lena, Physical, Gallop, everything else, Ferris? That would kind of... But we would kind of have to do this kind of in an inverse way, if that makes sense. Because we already know the first job. It is, in fact, a freelancer. Which is just the most medium of everything. But, you know, just keep the standard name for once, why not? Hope your jobs aren't as horrible as yours. Ended up being when you did the first Meteor run. Whoops. Yeah, Meteor has a chance to just be all over the place. Having actually a freelancer as my job is a bit unusual. I don't think I've ever had that in any of my runs. Like, I've had to play up to, I think, even the Crescent Island as freelancers before, because I didn't have any job before that. But I don't think I've ever had specifically freelancer as a job. So there is actually going to be a benefit for once to mastering certain classes. Do what feels good. Isn't that the best way to play anyways? True, but I'm also very indecisive. Is the catch. Which is a big reason as to why I tend to look for input from other people. Also, I just remembered, you can actually use the D-pad in order to advance the plot, so I don't have to mash the face buttons for it. I can just basically continuously press the D-pad in the direction that I plan on walking once the cutscene is over. And eventually my character's just gonna walk there. You'd have actually preferred 4 freelancers in your run. At least then you'd be able to break rods to deal with the soul cannon. You had 4 Beastmasters instead. Yeah, Beastmasters are not the greatest for soul cannon. Sure, you can throw a bear at it, but then you still have to deal with the other half of the soul cannon's HP. Is there actually any job or any capture that can easily deal with the launchers on the back? 41 months is almost an entire year. Something like that. God's Black Arm, thank you so much for 41 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. I wonder if the reason the Soul Cannons is immune to wind damage is because of the Beastmaster being able to capture and release Zoo enemies, which deal wind elemental damage to 25% of the enemy's maximum HP, and because both the Soul Cannon and the launchers functionally have 10,000 more maximum HP the way they are programmed, it would kind of deal, well, almost double the damage compared to what it's normally supposed to. But yeah, I'm kind of considering maybe making this a Lena plus Galuf run. I think I've done that before already. But the main reasoning is actually quite simple. In solo character challenge runs, I usually either choose Butts or Ferris, because those tend to be present for the most important boss fights. Ferris only missing the antline at the beginning of World 3, but that one is usually more of a nuisance rather than a big difficulty spike. And I don't usually get to use Galuf or Lena, because Lena is missing for the entire beginning of World 3, and Galuf is missing for the end of World 1. So kind of having those two maybe be the main team that I'm gonna work with could actually work out fine. So a B team sort of run. Something like that, yeah. Next year Fiesta, you're voting freelancer for the run. I think that could be actually quite fascinating, because there's a lot of really useful tools you end up being able to use thanks to being a freelancer. Sorry, slight interruption. The muting for once was actually intentional. So let me check my menu real quick before I forget about it. Let's see. No, there's still the little black stripes on the left and the right. So let me actually cut these out, because I think they're not supposed to be there. It's possible that Final Fantasy V just doesn't use the same exact screen space, but it is kind of curious that... Actually, let me check the overworld before I adjust the cropping, because this is specifically called in my little notes here as the Final Fantasy V cropping selection. Let's see. Okay, no, it's... even in the overworld it is actually like this, so let me just adjust that, I guess. Ship can sail without wind? Indeed, just wanna go here real quick, yeah. Okay, let me just do this. And a bit more on the right as well. It's kinda curious, it's 49 pixels on the left side and 440 on the right side, so it's not even centered. That is so strange. Oh well. Now it just kind of feels like you guys are having a more wide image than I do. So I guess this is not quite correct either, is it? I think I had it at 20 before. Yeah, comparing the images, this is more what I see as well, so I guess we just stick with that. The Super Nintendo does have a 4:3 aspect ratio, so I effectively forced the picture to be 4:3 at the end. So I guess the game itself might just have these black borders naturally. So I'm just gonna leave it at what I had it set to previously. It also gives you a little bit of a distinction between the rest of the stream image or video image that you can see. You're a pirate, indeed. And we're gonna steal the ship like a real pirate. Arr. Wasn't there like a fish stick song? Something you are a pirate? It's always kind of amusing to me, even if you're trying to go fast. Or at least reasonably fast. The opening usually takes like, what? At least 40 minutes until you're past Karlabos. So that's something. Anyways, because we now have 4 characters, I think I've decided I'm just gonna go with what I initially had an idea for. So, we're going to unequip Ferris. We're gonna give the dagger and the shield to Lena. Excuse me. Gonna unequip you. And give your broadsword over to Galuf. And I guess you can have a knife to try and knock yourself out with. And we're just gonna do this with a 2-character challenge. It's not as crazy of a challenge as other things, but at the same time, it adds a little bit of spice to the mix. And some unexpected advantages too, I suppose. In the form of, you know... we get functionally double the experience, because only half of our characters are getting the experience. And there we go, welcome to the 2-character challenge. It is gonna be Lena and Galuf, because these two don't usually get to take part in the solo challenge. So we're just gonna have them here for now. Welcome to Valakar, hope you're doing well today. Hope you enjoy your weekend. Well, let's save over this one. I have no idea what the previous save file was, but that's okay. Get a leather helmet. 1 extra defense, I suppose, can make a decent bit of difference for our characters that are pretty low level right now. And actually, we might want to go down and grab the extra potions, thinking about it. Right now, we should be able to easily one-shot all encounters on this floor here in particular. But once we level up, we will have more maximum HP, which means we will take more damage from the Wing Raptor's wind slash thingy. Question, let's say you get 2 Zerkers. Would you be able to keep them taking a nap for all the game? Yes, theoretically, I would be able to do that. I mean, you can't even normally do that, all things considered. Because I'm gonna be playing this with 2 characters, basically 2 of the jobs are always going to be functionally just taking a nap, I guess. I always forget if it's the guy on the left or the right that gives us a potion. I think it's the guy on the left. Excuse me. There we go, 5 potions. That's all I came here for. What would be a good level for my characters here, I wonder? I mean, thinking about it... since I'm gonna have Freelancer anyways, it doesn't really matter if I do the grinding now or afterwards. So, level 6, 7 is probably a good threshold to hit. I just realized that broadsword there basically doesn't do anything for me because we already have one. Moldwinds will cast Era on the second turn, if anything. So we kind of want to make sure we always take those out. Plus, conveniently enough, these basically are not particularly dangerous as long as you knock them out before they get a second turn. So if we get back attack, we probably want to run away from an encounter of 3 of them. I know what you're suggesting, that's true. I appreciate the reminder. Always target the Moldwind first. And even with a dagger or the broadsword, we should always be able to one-shot these guys. White Snake's actually using Entangle turn 1 is beneficial because then we don't take any damage. Because it only targets every one character, and the other one will be able to knock it out guaranteed. There's the 3 Moldwind encounter that I was alluding to. You're almost gonna attack on turn 1, so deal a bit of damage. It says critical. I actually don't know if that critical attack even deals more damage than usual. Because basically, enemies often have like a special type of attack. And that special attack can have like a damage multiplier attached to it, or not. Sometimes it says critical, but it's literally the exact same damage as it would otherwise be. It's an attack called critical, pretty much, yes. Speaking about Zerkers, you feel them so different in the Pix Remaster. You can consistently get and beat Archeoaevis at level 29. You haven't experienced worlds 2 and 3, but such a low level for Sandworm is kind of crazy. Oh! Like 4 Berserkers get past Sandworm at 29. That's pretty good. I think that's what he meant. Alrighty, let's go and ask the Wind Raptor to move aside, I suppose. It doesn't say if it's critical success or failure. It's just critical average. Maybe. Again, I'm actually not sure if the Moldwinds have extra damage attached to it or not. But yeah, 29 to get past Sandworm. I actually don't remember what you usually need for Quad Zerker past Sandworm, but it feels like it's more than that in the other versions. I actually meant to heal up beforehand, but apparently I needed to do that earlier. Whoops. Oh well. Wing Raptor. Well, apparently Galuf goes before it. That's unusual. That means that Galuf must have rolled a +1 speed when the Wing Raptor rolled a -1. And Galuf, I think, needs to be specifically in position 1 for him to go before the Wing Raptor afterwards. Wow, we actually knocked it out before it could even close its wings. That is actually very unexpected. Okay. Trying to think if there's any clever way I can tackle Siren. But we'll probably just have to do a bunch of grinding. Is this the SNES version on the SNES Mini? This is the SNES version on a regular Super Nintendo, but with a SD2 SNES card. Basically, it allows me to read SD cards, and effectively allows me to functionally have a lot more storage than a regular cartridge would have. 35 plus when you quad zerk GPU, if you're not mistaken. I see. It's been way too long since I did a quad zerker, so I have no idea what level I need it to be. It might be a whole thing of it's a crit but rolled really low. If it does, at least in this game, if it does have a damage multiplier attached to it, because the damage variance is not that high, it would clearly deal more damage than otherwise. But I'm not exactly stopping to check how much damage they normally do. So it might just remain a mystery for the Moldwind enemies. What level do I want to go for, I wonder? Yeah, level 6 might just be fine. Probably gonna fight a few more things on the way out. As soon as you encounter when the Sandworm is on the first row, if a Deathcycle Zerx hits him a few times, it's yours in the Pix Remaster. Right, I mean, I guess it definitely helps when the Zerkers always target the first enemy. Because then you have either all the Berserkers missing or all of them hitting. There's not really anything in between. And arguably all of them hitting or missing is at least much easier to reset for. Ooh. Alrighty, we just unlocked the first job of the run, which is freelancer, so we're just gonna stay as a freelancer for obvious reasons. And moving on. I think I'm just gonna fight most things now along the way. Although probably not the canal encounters, they give relatively low experience for how much HP they have. We're gonna fight more stuff on the ghost ship again, I think. Okay, you can now equip freelancers. Yep. Which, funnily enough, is the last solo character challenge I need to do at some point. So I could theoretically just have turned this one into the last solo character challenge run right now. It's actually quite unusual to get into an encounter outside here, because the stretch you walk through is such a short, well, walk. And the encounter rate is not that high. Interestingly enough, I will say, because we have Freelancer, in a sense, we will be able to equip 2 jobs at the same time, of the 3 we are getting. Well... I'm not... Is that an accurate way to describe it? You're hoping for the freelancer. Was there one challenge that you did that is missing on YouTube? Maybe? I don't remember. I think I theoretically uploaded everything else to YouTube, but I did not... Like, some things are missing some parts. I did download everything from Twitch for what it's worth, but some... are just lost to time, all things considered. Because I apparently must have forgotten to highlight certain things, is what I'm trying to say. I guess once we get past... Actually, no, we should easily get to the water crystal just walking there, thinking about it. Let's buy a leather shield and 1 leather helmet. That way, both of our characters can have a full set of leather equipment. It's not much defense, but it's slightly better than what we had before. But yeah, everything is uploaded to YouTube according to my list. But the freelancer is the thing I just haven't done yet. The thing about freelancer was, by the time I got around to that last job that I was supposed to do for a solo character, I wanted to give the entire thing a nice send-off, so I just started preparing. And let's put it this way, in short, the preparation took such a long time that I ended up just burning out on the entire thing. I was already kind of a bit tired of Final Fantasy V by the time I got around to it, but that was kind of the main reason why I still have not done the freelancer. I want to do it justice because there's so many interesting and useful equipment pieces that we're going to pick up along the way. And I kind of just want to highlight all possible interesting little things that we could do and pick up. And yeah, it just, in the preparation phase for that, I just didn't get to do it in the end. If that makes sense. Like, you can even see this in the challenge sheet where I started taking notes already of all the interesting pieces of equipment. Actually, that's really the entire run, what is going to be interesting pieces of equipment that I would like to highlight in the various places and things. Because Freelancer effectively is all about equipment, even if a lot of those that I can't equip, I'd want to still kind of just highlight and mention on what these would be if they had any use for me, such as the gold hairpin, etc. So in a sense, what I could do instead is kind of the opposite. Literally do no preparation and try to do the entire challenge without looking up anything and see how much knowledge I have retained. I guess that would kind of be the other extreme, if you will, for doing such a run. How much do I remember that could be useful or helpful? But then again, the theory crafting part tends to be my favorite thing about these runs to begin with, because there's a bunch of different avenues and approaches and really clever solutions you could find if you dig deep enough sometimes, or if you just remember the correct things. Alrighty, we don't have the broadsword stuff. Leather armors we can sell the ether. I'm gonna keep the phoenix stones, we might need those. Buy as many potions as we can, because we're not gonna be able to buy potions for a short while here. And what's that? I guess we could also go and play the piano. Oh, actually, apparently did not upload the Cannoneer to YouTube either. But the Cannoneer was missing parts anyways, I think? I did download literally everything from Twitch, so I do have it locally saved. But Cannoneer apparently is also not on YouTube. Alternatively, what I could try and do is just kind of live record a video that I'm going to be then editing and releasing. We're almost out of the cutscene city here. Almost. It's gonna be just one more before we get to Karlabos. What level are we? 6? 7? 6. 6 is fine. Actually, how close are we to 7? Maybe we do want to get just one more. 36 experience. I think that's like 2 encounters, so maybe we want to just go and get that. Even if they are not particularly great in here. Because these enemies here are only ever going to attack Lena in this case. We could theoretically just push her into the back row and only defend with her, reducing the amount of potions we need in order to get through these encounters. But maybe it just makes more sense to attack with both characters, to take out one enemy at a time as well. Who knows? We should be faster than the enemies here. Oh wait, Butts is still awake. Hold up. Right, Ferris is still sleeping, but Butts of course is still just hanging around. I actually should not have sold the broadsword in hindsight and given it to Butts here, so he could knock himself out more quickly. Whoops. Time for a short nap indeed. I'm gonna have Galuf start working on these guys. %10 chance to block physical attacks, by the way, with the little shield. Aside from that, Lena functionally takes a quarter of the damage that she would normally by being both in the back room, halving the damage, and defending, halving the damage again. Rounded down each time, by the way. Because these enemies will 76 damage with electric shock. I didn't even realize you could do that. That's a bit mean. I don't usually fight these guys. Especially not for this long. So yeah, definitely would be more beneficial to stick in the back row. Actually, these guys seem to have an attack multiplier of 1 right now anyways when Lena's in the back row, so I think she takes minimum damage anyways. There we go. Good night, Butts. Welcome here, Cellar Dweller. Never seen a Fiesta run? Thank you for the good luck and welcome to you. This is a slightly adjusted Fiesta run because I'm only going to be doing this with 2 characters rather than the usual 3. Alright. We didn't quite level up yet, so one more encounter might do the trick. Also, I think these squid enemies have actually some defense. Because we're not dealing nearly as much damage to them as we do to the other guys. Like 28 feels pretty low. Oh, I'm in the back row. Yeah, no wonder it is so low. It's half, Jäger, because you're in the back row. Oops. Alright, we gain the level, put you in the front row where you shouldn't be, heal both up, and we're probably just gonna go. I was considering going back to save, but I think we're fine. If you have 2 people, it is infinitely easier to defeat Karlabos than it is with just 1 character. I guess it's still technically possible for us to lose, is he paralyzes both of my characters at the wrong time. What? Oh. Selected the wrong character there. Alrighty, welcome everybody to Karlabos. Karlabos has 650 HP, no defenses. It would be weak to lightning, but we don't have any way to take advantage of that with just freelancers. And aside from that, it just mainly does three things. It attacks and paralyzes us, and it puts us to critical HP, meaning 9 HP or less remaining. In the first turn, he has a 2 in 3 chance to just attack and paralyze, or 1 in 3 to just attack. Enemies always select from, well, 3 possible actions they can do each turn. In this case, we actually get the luckiest outcome, which means the 1 in 3 he just attacks and does nothing else. Which is kind of what we want to see every time. Because turn 2, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Tail Screw, a 1 in 3 chance to attack and paralyze, and the 1 in 3 chance to just do a regular attack. In the third turn, it's the same as the second turn. 1 in 3 chance to do a regular attack, which is what we got, which is nice. And we just move on. Now he's back to turn 1 in his AI script, so 2 in 3 chance to paralyze attack, and he still didn't do that. Again, we get lucky. I'm also prioritizing attacking with Lena, because the dagger has, let's say, a strange, quirky damage formula. So consequently, Lena actually just deals slightly more damage than Galef, despite actually having lower strength than Galef. But because Final Fantasy V effectually operates with like thresholds of damage times level multiplier times strength multiplier thingies you need to hit in order for it to make a difference, Lena basically just currently deals more damage on a baseline thing than Galef. Alrighty, we healed Galef there just for safety, but I think Karlabos should be relatively low in HP. I'm gonna have Galef still heal himself and prioritize attacking with Lena, but I think he's dead soon. I did not keep track of how much damage I did. I just kind of get the sense that it's like 1 or 2 more hits. But also, speaking of 1 or 2 more hits, Galef would go down to 1 more hit here. I would prefer if you didn't. Boss fights don't actually give you experience, they give you ability points normally, but because we don't have any jobs equipped, ability points are just nothing, as in we don't get any, since they specifically level up your job, if you will. Goodbye, Sildra. Appreciate all the commentary. That's nice to hear. It tends to be the kind of thing I personally like to watch as well. So that's why I usually do like full commentary style things, or I prefer to do that. But simultaneously, admittedly, it is also a big reason why I haven't been streaming Final Fantasy V, at least not in recent times much. Because I just feel like I want to do this kind of commentary. That is like informative and, well, useful, if you will. But also it's kind of a lot of work every time. Alrighty, time to wake up, everybody. We have arrived in the ship's graveyard, and all enemies here are undead. We could throw potions at them for 50 damage each, 5-0, because that's exactly how much HP potions heal. What we're gonna do is we briefly go over here, wait a little bit. These rocks or turtle shells up here, I always saw them as turtle shells. Anyways, we jump over here and we get a flail weapon. The flail weapon is both great and terrible. It's great because it is a rage weapon, which means you deal full damage from the back row, so you can effectively sit in the safety of the back row and still deal full damage. But it is also simultaneously terrible, because it has a 30% chance to miss just innately, a huge damage variance from half to 150% damage. So on average, you actually deal less damage than, well, the average, I guess. At least I think you do. 50 to 150. No, it's 100%. Anyways, it's very unreliable, is the short version. But the main useful thing about it really is that it also pierces enemies' defenses, for what it's worth. If the enemy has high defense, we ignore 3/4 of that with a flail, because functionally the flail is programmed like one of the axe or hammer types of weapons, which also ignore most of the enemy's defenses. But really, the main reason I'm using it here is because it is reach, so I can deal full damage while sitting in the back row. I'm not doing this against random encounters, because they are easy enough anyways, and the broadsword as well as dagger are just more reliable. Plus these skeletons have a 1 in 16 chance each to drop us a dagger as well, which I believe Galuf would also deal currently more damage than he does with the broadsword, which is interesting because the broadsword has 15 attack power, whereas the dagger only has 14. But because of the weird nature of the extra attack multiplier you sometimes get, the dagger often is better, especially in the early stages of the game. These card cursor enemies, the weird wavy things, I actually have no idea what they're supposed to represent, to be honest. These have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir, effectively a full heal for both HP and MP. And elixirs are always nice to have. We didn't get any. For that matter, the Moldwind enemy in the Wind Tower also had a 1 in 16 chance for an elixir drop. Which for a lot of the solo characters, by the way, is the only reason why they can even eventually get past the Karlabos encounter. Because Karlabos being able to paralyze you, put you into critical HP with an ability and then just whack you before you can do anything, is kind of the big reason why he is such a huge roadblock for a lot of solo characters. I think we need to go over here first. Yep. Grabbing more Phoenix Stones. Phoenix Stones are worth 1000 gold each. You can sell them for 500 if you want to, but they are very valuable to just revive a character from the fallen in combat, or outside of combat. Also, I think Lena just hit the threshold where she actually deals less damage now with the dagger than she would with the broadsword. Sometimes you gain +1 additional attack. Nope, she's still the same. Sometimes with the daggers you gain +1 additional attack multiplier, and sometimes you don't. It's kind of... It's definitely not how the formula for the damage or for the weapon is supposed to work originally, but the game is in fact balanced around it for what it's worth. Which is also a big reason as to why if you fix the bugged damage formula for daggers, daggers are way too strong in this game. And we get some more levels. Maybe now Lena has fallen off. Basically, at some point I expect Lena to start dealing less damage after leveling up. Technically she could also deal more damage because of gaining extra levels also helping you to deal more damage. But it effectively would just add like the same amount of... Like, if, in a sense, her leveling up and gaining damage could just cancel out losing the dagger bonus at some point. And then at a later level we would gain the dagger bonus again. I'm too lazy to look up right now where or when I would get that dagger bonus, so it's fine. These Undead Rusk enemies also have a 1 in 16 drop rate for an elixir. The weird head face enemy dudes have a 1 in 16 drop rate for a flame scroll, which is an item you can throw as a ninja. You don't get ninjas until way later, so it's not exactly relevant. But it can be actually nice to have that early if we would have to fight Biblos with ninjas. There's a notable amount of early rare elixir drops in this game, huh? Yep. I mean, it's just kind of nice to have a way to fully heal your team. But if you're anything like... I almost want to say the average RPG player, you might just never use the elixirs anyways. For a variety of reasons. I don't know about you, but personally I kind of like it as a challenge to not use like overpowered healing items sometimes when I feel like I can just do without them anyways. But on the other hand, there's also that other sentiment of maybe I'll need it later kind of deal. Because, you know, if you play an RPG for the first time, you might have no idea on how much more there is before the game might be over, right? So maybe you need the elixirs later, then at the final boss, you still refuse to use them. Again, I personally like to use it as a challenge, or play it as a challenge. Sometimes, not always. But I definitely understand the concept as well, where it's like, you don't know if you might need them later too. Like, they're just too valuable. Sure, I get a full heal right now, but my MP is not empty, so it's kind of like half value, right? It's a bit silly. So I might have missed something. Why is the party half dead? Leveling minute? No, it's just a true character challenge run. It's way easier than a solo character, but basically adds a little bit of spice to it. Basically, we're gonna keep Fairies at level 3, because that's when she joins the party, and keep Butts at level 1. That's... oh, we get another dagger. Nice. Galuf can have one as well. And we keep Galuf at... not Galuf. Butts at level 2. That's because he gains level 2 when he fights the goblins at the very beginning of the game. And there's not really much of a way to skip that. Nope. I'm willing to take some inefficient fights if they have higher chance for elixirs, but that one doesn't look like it would be all that fun. Yaga is too humble to say he's a god mod Fancy 5 player. Is it humble, or is it more like, I know there's a bunch of people that are way better than me? I guess it's kind of like the old adage of speedrunners are never happy with their runs. But isn't that kind of true in general for anybody who reaches a certain level of mastery in whatever subject they kind of try to get good at? Basically, the more you know about certain things, the more you know on how you could do even better, is kind of what I'm saying. Or you might notice all the little mistakes that kind of elude people who might not be quite as familiar with the subject matter. Alrighty, level 8. How much more? 119. Yeah, let's just go. We're fine. We also just saved, so... worst case scenario, we just try again. Whoa, it's Tony. Welcome to you, hope you're doing well. Alrighty, welcome to Siren. This next boss fight here is quite distinct on how it tends to play out. First, we start out this battle with Siren being in her humanoid form. She's gonna cast 3 spells, and then switch her into her undead form. Initially, she has 0 physical defense, so we can deal as much damage as we want there, and once she switches to undead, she has really high physical defense, but we could throw potions at her. Let's see. Hello, welcome to your vagabond. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, Siren has 900 HP. Let's see whether we get through this reasonably efficiently. She casts haste, which means she gets way more turns than we do, like way more turns. Anyways, that's about 100 damage and some change. Scan basically does nothing. That's kind of like the ideal case scenario for the second row. And Bolt, nothing particularly dangerous. So what we're gonna do, we immediately go and switch into the back row here. Because that was already her 3rd turn. She actually loses haste when she switches forms, which is kind of a nice boon for us. In her undead form, she does have really high physical defense and high physical attack. And that's kind of all she does in her undead form, she just attacks physically. So we throw potions at her, because she now takes damage from them. And Bear Hug does, in fact, deal a good chunk of damage to us. So I'm just gonna use some potions to heal here as well. It also poisons us. The poison, generally speaking, is not that big of a deal, because it is 1/16 of your maximum HP, and our maximum HP is just not that high right now. So I'm not gonna worry about curing it. Plus, we only have 2 antidotes anyways, so if she just inflicts me with that stuff again, it would just be inconvenient, I guess. Anyways, she switches back to her humanoid form. We're gonna actually give Lena the flail, and this is where it's convenient that she can just deal full damage from the back row, even if it's unreliable. And I'm gonna give 1 antidote here to Lena. Slow, this is actually pretty devastating, because slow is really bad. Unlike haste, slow never goes away. In fact, haste technically also would never go away. It's just because she switches forms, that's when she loses her haste. Oh, she casts armor. This is now half the damage taken from physical damage, so might as well switch Galuf back into the back row. Well, and then we start throwing potions again. And Lena is just gonna be really slow from here on out. We're gonna unequip the flail from her, so Galuf can take it. And we're just gonna slowly, hopefully, whittle away. And now we're basically just hoping Galuf does not get hit by slow, because we would like to have at least one character that is not super slow. 10% chance to block attacks, that's very nice. Good job, Galuf. And to be fair, just throwing potions from the back row is probably our best bet here anyways. So I'm gonna prioritize daily damage, because she's gonna switch back to her humanoid form here, and we can heal during that one. In her first turn, she can cast Mute, Slow, or Haste, so she never deals damage in her first turn in the humanoid form, for what it's worth. Mute, but we're not casting spells anyway, so it is kind of whatever. Heal up Galuf some more, and then have Galuf attack with the flail. $45. Ice is what she can do 1 in 3 times on turn 2, and then she has a 1 in 3 chance to use Bolt on turn 3. And we actually deal more damage on average with potions in her undead form, so I'm just gonna prioritize healing during her humanoid form here. Changes to an undead. I have to admit that I'm already completely lost track of how much damage we've dealt so far, but that's okay. We'll hopefully get through here eventually. Knife block Lena, very handy. We could theoretically block the bear hug as well, it's just, you know, 10% is not that likely. We got pretty lucky already that we blocked 2 attacks in this encounter, I think. Bear Hug. Galuf does survive one more, and he will get another turn before Siren gets 2 turns. So we're fine. And back to the humanoid form. Just healing up. You can see why we needed to buy so many potions, I guess. Mute, it doesn't do anything. It's actually more preferable than Haste, because Haste she would just speed through the rest of her turn scan. That is the ideal case for turn 2. Then turn 3 she uses armor. That would be fine. I'm actually gonna keep Lena's turn here. Wait, because this is the reason why. I ended up losing Lena's turn, which is a bit unfortunate. But I've effectively kept it in case she puts Galuf to sleep instead, so Lena would be able to wake him up by hitting him. Because sleep does never wear off. Well, basically never wears off, let's put it this way. Oh. Apparently she was pretty close to being defeated. Nice. Alright, depending on whether you defeat her in the humanoid form or the undead form, you either get a bronze shield or a bronze armor. Bronze shield is preferable because it's a slight upgrade over the leather shield with a 15% chance to block. So that's what we got, which is nice. And also use the second antidote on Galuf finally. She actually ended up not poisoning us a second time, but mostly because Galuf was the one that just kept getting hit by the bear hugs over and over. Alrighty. And from here we just walk to the next boss after some small preparation. In fact, the next 2 bosses are gonna be substantially easier than the Siren battle we just encountered. Mostly because, well, we have freelancers and we can equip literally anything we want. Hi Garula, we're gonna see you later. Well, not that type enemy exactly, but close enough. In this town we could theoretically buy longswords, or whatever they're called in this version, which have a slightly better attack power than broadswords, and probably outclass the daggers even with the attack multipliers for what it's worth. But I don't plan on attacking with physical attacks much until we get some other substantial upgrades. Anyways, we can play the piano. Right now it is just playing the piano for fun, but if we get a bard it actually is gonna be useful later down the road. Final Fantasy V has some pretty good drops in the beginning of the game. You remember farming / stealing mithril swords from the Shiva area? Yes, those are actually quite nice. Can also get mithril daggers from the wyverns in the tower as well. Anyways, we pick up the Ice Rod. The Ice Rod is very, very useful, because if you can equip it, and well, as a freelancer we can equip literally everything, we can actually break it in combat. If we were to use the Ice Rod as a weapon, it deals ice elemental damage with even more variance than axe-type weapons. It's literally from 0% damage to 200% damage, but they also have really low attack power. Basically, they're not particularly good weapons. If you try to use them as a weapon, don't recommend it. But if you break them in combat and lose the Ice Rod effectively, you can get a ridiculous amount of damage out of them, especially early on. Rods are a huge meme in this game, to the point there's a no 750 category in Job Fiesta. Yep. There's also a 375 category where you're guaranteed to get 2 magical jobs and 2 jobs that are not magical. Generally speaking, I think in the Job Fiesta, like 750 has referred to characters that can equip rods, and no 750 are the people that cannot equip rods. It tends to be a bit more broad now, where they're generally magically aligned jobs, including like Geomancer and Dancer, I think, are also part of the 750. Well, I'm not entirely sure whether that's accurate right now anymore. These blocks have an interesting steal. You can steal glasses from them. It's an accessory that gives you 1 defense, which, you know, is the same as leather shoes. But you might not yet have leather shoes for everybody. I mean, 1 defense really is not that much. Like, already at this stage in the game, it's not that much anymore. It was a decent amount before, like, against the ship graveyard enemies, but 1 defense already is not much against Siren anymore. But before that, it's nice. Anyways, the glasses also give you immunity to being blinded by enemies, which can be useful. Alrighty, but we're walking up to the next boss here. This is normally the boss fight with Magissa and Forza. Magissa, once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she starts with 650 HP. She will call in reinforcements from her husband Forza, but because we have an ice rod, we can actually just break that in combat. She's not weak to ice, by the way. And we do not have a particularly good magic power stat, which is what breaking the ice rod scales with. It's just that breaking the ice rod unleashes a spell with an attack power of 185. For reference, our dagger has an attack power of 14. So it is many times stronger than anything else we could do. So, first turn Magissa uses an offensive spell. Second turn she doesn't get to do anything because Ice Rod will just one-shot her. She only has 650 HP. You can actually skip Forza this way, but you can also skip Forza by just knocking her out before she gets to do anything else. Use the second antidote, here we go. Actually, I guess I didn't need to use the antidote because Leonard's poison does get cured in this cutscene up here, but it would just be a lot of annoying visuals to just walk here. Oh, feel free to backseat, by the way. If you have ideas on things you would like to say are better or more efficient, or things you would do differently, backseating on this game, on this stream is allowed. I'm actually much more interested in having a discussion as to what other possibilities and ideas there are. So for this place here, feel free to just give me your input. If we play games that are like a first playthrough, preferably, well, don't do that, I guess, unless you also have never seen or played the game yourself. Then your input once again would be welcome. I'm kind of like a weird mix of I'm happy for people to just give me their ideas and inputs. Good morning! 4 months left, I suppose. Hotshot, thank you so much for the crazy, absurdly long time of support with 116 months. Thank you so much, and welcome back. Meyer Butson Galov dead. I should probably put this on a stream, huh? It's a 2-character challenge. Let me just add this one here. 2-character challenge. How do I do this? Vertical, horizontal alignment center. How do I do this? character. Challenge run. Alright, how's this? That way, because I didn't put it in the stream chat either, that way people would be able to know why the other two are just knocked out. Like, theoretically speaking, there is value sometimes in just knocking out certain characters for tactical purposes, but in this case it's just a challenge. Which is why that question will probably crop up a few more times. Freelancer first job is actually solid. It is, actually. It's pretty good. Like, it's very easy to get past Magissa and also the next boss, Garula, with just freelancers. In fact, it's probably one of the easiest paths you can have for those guys. Purely because they just crumble to some things we can unleash on them. We also get a mithril helmet, which is, story-wise, Lena's and Ferris's father's helmet that we get, which is a pretty decent helmet that we cannot buy. Like, iron equipment is as good as it gets here. So we're gonna buy 2 iron shields. Those have a 20% chance to block physical attacks. 1 iron helmet. And I'm actually going to buy 2 iron armors. Reasonably expensive, but they provide a decent amount of defense. Also, Lena already switched to equipping glasses. You have the flail equipped, that's fine. Let me just sell the other things that we don't need anymore. This thing, and this thing, and these things. Alrighty. Funnily enough, we actually won't even need that many potions. But we're not done with preparations yet. This is something that, even in Job Fiestas, I don't do that often. But we're gonna go and visit... what was it? Tycoon Castle, I think? If I actually find the entrance there. I think I'm too far north. I never remember where the exact entrance is. Yeah, there it is. Basically, Tycoon Castle, it's often just a reasonably long detour for, you know, some elixirs, high potions, or some good healing items. 2 cottages if you want to have something better than a tent, I guess. But importantly, the weapons we can pick up from here are very, very handy. And liquid flame, handy for 10 biblos, and so on. Yes, it's true. Being able to equip and break rods basically solves a lot of the early encounter problems that you can potentially run into. What I kind of like doing is just seeing if I can reasonably get by without breaking rods once we reach a certain point. But because they are literally limited supply, or I have to grind out more from enemy rare drops in order to get more, I'm just happy to just use them right now. But also, on the other side, if we don't get a job that can reasonably deal with biblos, breaking rods is just the most, you know, reasonable way to deal with that guy in particular. Like, biblos is a boss that we've seen like 3-4 bosses, I don't remember. But effectively, he is quite a challenge if you don't have a way to take advantage of his elemental weakness or otherwise weaknesses. Like, if you have a Beastmaster, you can even use or capture and release a beast that has a high chance of instantly killing him, type of deal. But because Biblos' nature of counterattacking with Drain, healing him and dealing a large chunk of damage to your character's HP at the same time, whenever he gets hit by physical attacks, once he drops below a certain threshold of HP, is just really, really tough to get through for a lot of characters. Specifically thieves and white mages, they literally cannot deal enough damage to get past, like, the healing that Biblos can output, So you have to run him out of MP first before you eventually can defeat him. It's actually quite a slog. In a weird kind of way, 4 white mages, 4 thieves, or a mix of both against Biblos is really not much better than a solo white mage or solo thief against Biblos. But yeah, we get a bunch of high potions. These heal 500 instead of the potion's usual 50. So it's literally 10 times as good. It's, right now at least, just a full heal, which is very handy. But it's also a full heal that I don't mind just using, because unlike elixirs, you can later on just easily buy high potions for not that much effort. Anyways, we get a katana. Shuriken, we can't use the shuriken because you need to specifically be able to throw them as a ninja. We get a healing staff from the Chancellor and a Gyama spell. So, these are really good weapons. Katana having 42 attack power, which normally would be a samurai exclusive weapon. But because Freelancer can equip literally everything, you know, we can just use it. We also have a whip, which is really good here as well, because it deals full damage from the back row, and despite the katana being pretty strong right now, we're actually gonna use the Gyaman spell, or the bell weapon. The bell weapon actually is based on your agility and magic power, and deals full damage from the back row. Apparently, actually in the Game Boy Advance version, the bell weapons are actually slightly stronger than they are in the Super Nintendo version, so they are actually more worthwhile to use for that matter. But even here, being able to just attack for full damage from the back row is just going to be very nice and convenient. Oops, I didn't mean to land. And especially with the healing stuff in our equipment stuff as well, we're just gonna be fine against most things that don't one-shot us. Have you ever considered doing a Zero Experience challenge on the Pixel Remaster version? No, I've not even considered doing that in the regular version, to be honest. I don't like the Pixel Remaster without the ATB mod, to be honest. Because it's just... I like to describe it as the uncanny valley effect, but for gameplay instead of visuals. You know, for me that is. It's a good version. It's just not for me. With the ATB mod, it's actually quite playable, but if I were to mod the Pixel Remaster, I feel like I would just, you know, reduce the challenge of it. Because the ATB mod for the Pixel Remaster does clearly make the game easier. On the challenge run on a modded version that makes things easier just doesn't feel right to me. But a Zero Experience run for the regular game, I thought about it. But generally speaking, I've just not been all that interested in doing that, to be honest. What do you mean basically Zero Experience, both job-wise as well as character level-wise, or just one or the other? Also, that was 4 minutes ago. I'm really slow at responding to chat, sorry. Just picking up some more money and useful tools. You know, actually, right now the katana is way better if I want to fight something along the way. Zero Experience and 4 times AP in Jill. 4 times? Okay. I mean, it seems very doable. Not sure about the Forza Fiesta part though. But just mixing up guild host damage would make a lot of things maybe a bit random, but not that challenging. you have enough money and resources saved up. We get a silk robe. Wait, that's not a better armor. Silk robe is pretty solid magic defense and also gives you extra magic evasion. Magic evasion is not a stat that you can see in the status menu. Like, so you don't know if any equipment pieces have it or not. But magic evasion effectively is a hidden stat that gives you a chance to just resist chance to hit spells and abilities. Also, this room here has a rare encounter and an uncommon encounter for Ricard mages. Hey, this one. Oh, right, you guys need to... You can have the flail to knock yourself out with, or try to. And you can get the knife. Anyways, these guys here have a 1 in 16 drop rate for a whip, which I would like to have. Also the whip, not a whip. Fire rod, yeah, fire rod. These also have... The whip has a chance to paralyze enemies, which is pretty good. Which is actually kind of strange now to think about it, because apparently the whip is supposed to have a chance to use the Beastmaster's Tame ability, which normally only works on magical beasts. Notably in the Game Advance version, it works on anything except for magical beasts. But on the Super Nintendo version, it should be the normal way around, so that's kind of strange now, think about it a bit more. Huh. Stop. Hammer time. But no, you needed to take a nap there. Galif is too slow to go before that guy. Sure, that's fine. Alright, 3 times a 1 in 16 chance to get a fire rod. Let's see. We didn't get it, that's okay. I like to just occasionally do one encounter of these, just in case I get lucky. Hello, welcome to Dalaxon. Or welcome back. Wyverns, bye. They have a common steel for mithril daggers, which are a pretty good weapon here. Silver Ring gives 2 defense, which actually is gonna be quite handy, because with 2 extra defense, Garula's base attack power is 15, and I think he can roll 15, 16, 17, I'm not sure if he can get up to 18, but effectively Lena right now takes for the most part just absolutely no damage from this guy. And with the whip having a chance to just paralyze... You know, actually I should probably put this the other way around then. With the whip having a chance to just paralyze the poor guy, it is going to be relatively easy. We put Galif into the back row because he doesn't prevent the damage quite as well. He only has 13 defense, which, you know, is still going to reduce the damage by a lot. But Lena, for the most part, will just take 0 damage from Garula's attack. Anyways, welcome to Galura, or Garula. It depends on translation, whether the L is first and then the R, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter, you know. This mammoth elephant thing has 1200 HP, some defense. By the way, the katana is one of the few weapons that can critically hit. Other weapons, all other weapons don't usually have a base chance to critically hit. Once he drops below 800 HP remaining, he would counterattack with, well, 2 attacks potentially, or up to 2 attacks anyways. Sometimes he skips one of the attacks. Anyways, because he's paralyzed, he cannot do that. And this is why the whip is so incredibly powerful right here. I'm pretty sure he can attack right now, so I'm gonna defend with Lena and attack with Galif, hoping that we get to paralyze him again. Because the most devastating thing this guy can do is actually counterattack. So we minimize the counterattacks, trying to paralyze him with the whip. So the initial, well, the regular hits are not a big deal, let's put it this way. The part where he deals a lot of damage with the counterattacks is if he uses the rush attack. The rush attack is just regular damage, but it also inflicts the HP leak status, meaning it's basically really fast poison. Especially on the Game Boy Advance as well as Super Nintendo version, you lose HP fast. And the longer you linger in the menu, the more HP you're gonna lose on top of that. It's actually pretty devastating, all things considered. But thanks to our high defense and the chance to paralyze, we basically just largely don't have to worry about that much. But we also had the healing staff, which we could equip and whack ourselves with, which functionally cast the Cure 2 spell, healing us for, well, I think it's basically full here at this stage. So we would be able to counteract the HP leak status right now. In the Pixel Remaster, HP leak status is basically irrelevant. It ticks down your HP so slowly, it might as well not exist, it feels like. To be fair, I do think it is a little bit overtuned in the early game for this game here, whereas it is a bit weak later when you have much more maximum HP, since it does not scale with your HP. Alrighty, and we are gonna unlock our second job here. On the Forza Fiesta, you just unlock one job per crystal, up to 4. And let's see what our next job is going to be. Once again, our settings are Meteor, so we can get any job at any point, including Mimic and Freelancer. Again, I've never had Freelancer until now, so that's unique. And I also allow duplicates, so theoretically I could get another Freelancer. I would prefer, honestly, if I get another Freelancer, I'm just going to re-roll this manually into something else, because I would like to have something more interesting. Because having one Freelancer is fun and interesting. Having 2 would just be, you know, same thing again. Let's unlock the water job, shall we? And we get, well, I guess I do kind of get 2 Freelancers for now. Until we eventually unlock our next job, which is going to be the Dancer. So, our second job we unlock is Dancer. However, Dancer is a job you don't get until you get the Earth Crystal. So, it's gonna take a while until we can use that one in any capacity. But, well, we'll have a Dancer. I'm actually not entirely sure how useful a Dancer is going to be, because Dancer has some of the lowest stats. Oh, goodbye, Sildra. Dancer has some of the lowest stats across the board, so it tends to be, even if you master it, not that crazy good, to be honest. And usually one of the better traits of a Dancer is that you can equip a ribbon. Hi, Sildra. Right, I'm gonna just real quick copy one of the pictures for Dancer here. Give me a second to prepare this thing, because I don't have all of the individual pictures, I just need to cut them out of a gigantic spreadsheet. Oops, I forgot to make it larger. Save. Alrighty, job number 2 is gonna be Dancer. Dancer doesn't really synergize too well with Freelancer at all, to be honest, but, well, it's the job we got. Dancer can actually be pretty good in the later stages of the game, because your damage output is actually very substantial, let's put it this way. One of the better aspects of it, I kind of interrupted myself earlier, is that you can equip a ribbon, which is a really crazy good headgear equipment piece. But as a Freelancer, it's literally the one other job that can also equip ribbons, so the Dancer doesn't even get a get the benefit of that one. What was the dancer's passive for Freelancer? Equip ribbon? No, Freelancer can already equip ribbon. I don't think Dancer gives any passives to the Freelancer at all, to be honest. Like, you get the active ability Dance, you get equip ribbon. Is that it? Is there something else the Dancer gives you? Oh, you get flirt. But I don't know how useful that is going to be in the Super Nintendo version. I think you only get 3 abilities. Back attack. It's pretty rude. Growing some grey hair for Lena there. But yeah, flirt is interesting. I don't actually know if that is useful anywhere. Because I think it functionally casts the stop spell, but only if the target is not heavy. Something like that. You get no stat boost from Mastering Dancer. I mean, you get probably a slight stat boost to some stats. Basically, the stat boosts you gain from mastering whatever job is the highest stats you gain. So since the Freelancer has, I think, 23 across the board as a baseline. No, actually, it's 24 across the board. Galuf has 0 agility and 0 magic power bonus. But yeah, if any of the stats of the Dancer are better than 24, we will get 20, like that stat from the Dancer. Other than that, we just keep 24. And Dancer, let's see, what does Dancer have? We gain 29 strength and 29 agility. That's it. Dancer has 14 vitality, which means it's the lowest HP job in the entire game. And the Dancer gets 19 magic power. I didn't even realize that Dancer's magic power is worse than the Freelancer's. Like, it's literally reduced. It's crazy. Buy a fire rod here. The store has initially the very first purchase dramatically reduced in price. But only the very first purchase. So we just get that one. Dancer agility might be good. Yeah, it's 29. Like, it's not good, honestly. It's slightly better than Freelancer. In a sense, actually, Freelancer might be one of the more interesting synergies for dancers, now that I think about it. Because you have better maximum HP stat as a Freelancer. You effectively can sit in the front row with slightly better HP than the dancer would normally have, while still being able to equip all the items and use the dance command to its full effect with the Freelancer. In fact, in a weird kind of way, as soon as you get the dance command, the Freelancer is mostly just a better dancer than the dancer itself. Just because you have better HP and also can equip other defensive equipment pieces, or even weapons for that matter. You just completed your first Brave Blade run. Told yourself if you ever started with Knight, you would go for it. Now you never have to do it again. It's an experience to do it at least once, I will say. The challenge for a Brave Blade run sometimes is from the random encounters, because normally you can just run away from them, making them, you know, not a problem if you just don't have to deal with them. But the biggest challenge for a Brave Blade run with the Knight is that it's just really slow. It tests your patience, which, if you think about it, is a challenge. You know, test of patience is a challenge by itself. Funnily enough, a lot of solo character challenge runs tend to boil down to having enough patience to try things over and over again, as well as enough patience to grind out what you need, I suppose. Alrighty, so how do I approach this? We already have really good weapons with the whip and the katana. We don't need any. Normally I would buy mithril daggers here. That's by far the best weapon you can buy in most scenarios. But we don't really need them right here. I guess we could theoretically still get a ninja from the fire crystal, so I should keep the shuriken. I don't have much money at all, huh? So maybe I should go and just knock out a bunch of wolves in the meantime. Yeah, I feel like just leveling up a little bit as well as getting a bunch of money might be the correct choice for now. Clearly werewolves come from meteors. Did you? I mean, it happened at least once in this universe, so all werewolves come from meteors, I would say. The regular wolves, on the other hand, I'm not that sure about them. Anyways, Wild Nags. They have 96 HP, and they either do a regular attack, which is not that strong, or they use a revenge attack, also known as question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, because it is blue magic you can technically learn. The revenge attack deals damage equivalent to their missing HP. But because we one-shot them anyways with any of our weapons right now, he's always gonna deal 0 damage anyways, even if they do land it. Plus you even have a chance to resist that revenge attack. So the wolves here are a guaranteed encounter in the forest around Karlabos. They give really good money, and that's also a pretty solid experience. It's not the best experience technically. If you want to level up faster, it is better to fight enemies in the plains once you have upgraded your equipment here in Karnak. And also enough levels to not get knocked over by them too hard, I guess. In my case, I could actually, instead of giving Galuf a whip, which has a 10% chance to miss, I think, I could just give him a mithril dagger. I think that actually might be better here. Put him into the front row. It's fine. You like how the hunter can heal himself with the flame ring and flame bow? Yes, it's a really fun concept. The unfortunate part is just how long it takes you to get a flame ring, but once you have one, it's really neat. Alright, give Galuf the mithril dagger, kind of like before. Technically the mithril swords have more attack power, but in a lot of cases the mithril dagger will deal slightly more damage because of how the weird multiplier system works. 2 mithril shields, they have a 25% chance to block physical attacks, and 1 mithril helmet because Galuf doesn't have one yet, and 2 mithril armors. Normally I don't actually buy mithril equipment, it's not really worthwhile. Unless I specifically want to go and level against the wolves for a while. Because this just kind of cuts down the amount of healing I have to do. But it's also just much more comfy just leaning back in my chair and just holding down the A button until we win. And that's what we're gonna do here for a short while. Not sure how long. We can just break rods in order to defeat the next set of bosses without too much trouble, but we also don't have enough money to get the rods to begin with, so... there's that too, I guess. Trying to think. Biblos we probably just break 2 rods, at least. It's probably going to be the most reasonable way to deal with it. Similarly with Ifrit as well. I guess freelancers can just take advantage of breaking rods, and I'm actually not opposed to just doing this in this run. So we likely just want to have enough HP to survive like a fire 2 counterattack. So how much HP for that do we need? Do we even need enough HP to survive a fire 2 counterattack? I don't think we do. Maybe we just need enough money to buy the rods to get through the next section of encounters, I guess. So maybe that's what I'm gonna aim for, I guess. So this means we want to have... two ice rods for liquid flame. 1 for the chest encounter to get the ribbon. 1 for the Magos, 1 for the Elven Mantle. We don't need 1 for the Sergeant, so we need 5 ice rods, I guess. We could go for more. Anyways, 5 times 750, what does that make? 3,750? No, that doesn't seem right. No, it is. So 3,750 coins is what I need. Or no. How? I was spacing out, by the way. I did not realize that Galuf did not, in fact, one-shot the wolves reliably. with the dagger. I should have given him the katana. Because I assume Lena right now would deal more damage. I guess this is the one of those instances where the mithril sword would give him a guaranteed one-shot ever so slightly earlier. Yeah, this wolf has 4 HP remaining. And we gain more levels. With a bit of luck, Galuf is gonna get the extra damage with that level anyways, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Nope, he did not. Also, I think it's a 1 in 4 chance for Galuf to not one-shot them. Because I think 92 is the absolute minimum. Also, we just took a heavy counter-attack hit there. That's the downside of Galuf just not dealing enough damage reliably. Also, that bite might have knocked out Lena. But well, it didn't, thanks to a 25% chance to block. Another 92. Wow. Let's just switch this around, I guess. Maybe we give him the whip again. Normally I would like to use a tent to just heal up to full very easily, but that comes with the downside of needing to knock out my other characters again. Speaking of which, except for fairies, every character that stays at the minimum level can one-shot themselves with a mithril dagger. Fairies actually needs a slightly stronger weapon than that. So I might give her... I think the mithril sword might do the trick for her. I'm not actually sure. I should not have bought that other thing. Anyways, we don't need the bell anymore. I guess... No, we're just gonna use whips on Sandworm. Can we give the sword over to Ferris? So she can take a nap more efficiently now. Alrighty, let's buy... You know what, as many ice rods as we can. 7, I suppose, is the number. Then I'm gonna go for a few more encounters to buy a bunch of potions, and then we just move on afterwards. Oh, why do you have the whip? You're supposed to have the dagger. Or sword. Oh well. A 90% chance to one-shot is still way better than the 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 chance to not one-shot them. I actually don't know which one it is. 104, that seems like it's the same damage range that Galuf had. So maybe I should just stick to the whip, I guess. 39 damage from the bite. Yeah, we just stick to the whip, it's fine. Is Utmost the hardest boss in a 2-character run? Not really, because you already have 2 characters dead anyways. And unless you have 2 white mages, you're usually fine with being able to deal enough damage before it becomes a problem. Wait, does the whip have the same damage range as the dagger? I know the whip uses the same formula, I think. I'm pretty sure. No, it is stronger. Just happens to line up with the same numbers, I guess. Or similar ones. Anyways, this should be good enough. Let's go on my potions and then we go into the steamship. Maybe I should buy some eye drops, just in case. Because the enemies in the steamship do inflict blind, which is a really debilitating status effect that does not go away outside of combat in Final Fantasy V. I don't plan on fighting the steamship enemies, but, you know, back attacks happen, and I'm not sure whether there's a back attack that can blind us or not. The Mithril Glove is an accessory that has just better defenses. The general downside of Mithril equipment is that it's relatively heavy. You have an equipment weight of 22 now. Every 8 equipment weight, you lose 1 speed in combat. I think they fixed that in the Pixel Remaster now, but at the beginning, every 1 equipment weight lost you 1 speed in combat, so you basically just didn't want to equip anything in that one. Because losing 1 speed per 1 equipment weight is extremely debilitating. However, that's no longer a problem now. I think anyways. Cabin is basically a tent, except it heals you to full HP and MP and revives any character, removes any negative status effect. Also, these weird phase enemies in this area have a common steal for a high potion, so if you have a thief in your party, you can steal healing items that heal for 500 each, very commonly, let's put it this way. It's pretty good. You cannot actually buy high potions until a fair bit later. Oh yeah, we also get a boomerang here. So they don't even need to buy another whip for Sandworm. Although, funnily enough, I could get the Blitz whip even before Sandworm. Is that my best weapon? I guess it depends on whether I get a job for Sandworm or not. Alrighty, going down on the right side first. This drops us down into an area where we can get a green beret. This is +1 agility and +1 strength headgear equipment. And some okay defenses as to boot. It's basically medium armor if you want. It's not heavy armor. How good is it comparatively? It does have actually less defense than the Mithril helmet, but I think the extra agility and strength is kind of nice. Also, it's not as heavy. And we are starting to get into the region of enemy strength, where defense does not matter as much anymore. Having a lot of defense is still very handy, but frequently enemies will also just use attacks and abilities where your defense is not gonna be as important, since you will probably just want to heal after you get hit anyways, or something like that. Anyways, we also get the Thief's Glove. Normally this would double your steal chances, but well, we don't have a Thief in our team. For us, in this case, it's actually literally better than the Mithril Glove. The Thief's Gloves, for some reason, have more defense, less equipment weight, and give +1 agility. I actually didn't realize that Thief's Gloves have better defense than Mithril Gloves. So whatever the thieves use in their equipment, I guess, is way better than Mithril. And this is where we get another weapon. Thief or ninja weapon, in this case, Full Moon. It's a boomerang that deals full damage from the back row. I'm still gonna keep the katana, because why not? But you can have the Full Moon and just go to the back row. The whip is still pretty solid here, especially since a lot of enemies are susceptible to getting paralyzed. But the Full Moon boomerang just deals a bit more damage. I think it has the same accuracy as the whip. So still a 10% chance to miss. I might be mistaken on that. I don't exactly remember the correct numbers or precise ones. Welcome to you, Rackadactylus. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, Rudy! Hey! Welcome everybody, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody to Final Fantasy V Forza Fiesta. A game mode where we are randomly assigned 4 of the jobs of the many possibilities, I forget how many. And we need to play through the entirety of the game with just these 4 jobs. I spiced it up a little bit by getting a 2-character challenge on top of it. 2-character challenge is not nearly as difficult as 4 characters, it just adds a little bit of extra challenge, I guess. Good luck, you can do anything. Thank you so much, Rudy. Hope you're doing well today. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody, to Liquid Flame. This thing has 3000 HP, which is a huge step up compared to previous enemies. Flame deals 25% of our maximum health and damage, so it's rather substantial. But also, as the fire might suggest, this thing is weak to ice. Well, at least it is in this humanoid form. So Breaking Ice Rod is unleashing a level 3 ice spell, dealing over half of its HP in damage. And then it randomly switches either into the tornado form, or it switches into the hand form. The hand form, weirdly enough, is actually immune to ice damage, but the tornado form is once again weak to it. So we just knock it out entirely. 2 ice rods and done. Depending on which form you defeat, you actually get different weapons and items. In this case, we get a firebow, which, because we have the freelancer as one of our jobs, we can in fact use that thing right now already, which is, I guess, unusual. It is pretty decent in terms of attack power, however it has one major drawback. It has a 30% chance to miss. Normally, the way you equip bows is on a ranger who has the aim command. The aim command is basically just a regular attack, except it never misses, which is very handy if you're using bows. But we don't exactly have that luxury right here, so we'll just have to deal with either 30% miss chance or we don't use the bow. I'm not sure which one we're gonna go for. There's not really an enemy in this section here that is weak to fire. There would be a boss a little bit later, but we could also just break the fire rods for more reliable damage too. So early ranges are basically worse attackers and bows are crap. No, the damage is pretty solid, and having a source of elemental damage is actually pretty nice. Like, you don't... A lot of the physical attacking classes don't actually get the benefit of having any elemental damage, and having Ice, Lightning and Fireball as options is actually potentially quite helpful. And I mean, it's not just a 30% chance to miss that you ignore with the aim command, you also ignore enemies' evasion. Some enemies have like upwards of 50% or even more evasion in this game. So just aiming to hit is just nice. Alrighty, this entire place is gonna blow up soon, so we need to escape. Normally you wanna run back and actually use that pot over there because it's a full heal, but I don't really care about fully healing anyways. I just need to have a few potions and we're good to go. Preferably with a two character challenge. I don't want to wake up the others, if I can help it. Anyways, we get 2000 monies here. This chest on the right that I'm gonna ignore has enemies guarding an elixir. I just don't really have a particularly good way of dealing with the enemies, so, well, ignore it. Over here we have the monster in a box. These are just 2 sorcerers, so I'm actually just gonna go ahead and equip the full moon, hitting you, or trying to hit you. And we equip the katana, because that is still our strongest weapon we have at this point. If it wasn't sorcerers, I would actually break an elemental rod in order to try and get rid of them as soon as I can. Sorcerers can confuse us if they choose to cast confusion, which is pretty nasty, but I think Galuf by himself can 2-shot one of these sorcerers. And they didn't confuse us, so we're good to go. We could just break rods in order to get through this encounter more efficiently, but the rods are expensive, so we're just saving them for now. And in exchange we get a ribbon. Ribbon is an absolutely insane piece of equipment. It gives you +5 to all your stats, which is an absurd amount. Really good defense, and importantly, gives you immunities against most of the status effects. Although, notably, not against confusion. Which is kind of one of the most annoying status effects that you would really like to have an immunity to, but the ribbon just doesn't provide that. But, because we have a freelancer, we just actually can equip the ribbon right away, which is very unusual. Because in a Job Fiesta, you usually don't have freelancers as one of your job classes that you get. The sergeant here actually runs away as soon as all of the wolves are defeated, and vice versa, the wolves will run away if the sergeant is defeated. Which, by the way, fun fact, the Pixel Remaster does not adjust encounter rates almost anywhere, so you have a way higher encounter rate than normal in the Burning Castle. The encounter rate in this castle is actually normally really low, like you rarely run into any random encounters. But the Pixel Remaster, it just feels like every 5 steps you get into an encounter in this section here. It's not quite every 5 steps, but it just feels like it. Anyways, there's a chest way out of the way here. It is always at least guarded by 1 Gigas, often accompanied by a sorcerer and a dog, or whatever you want to call them. I'm gonna have Galuf attack this guy, because this guy has like 750 HP, and 1 Rot Break will actually not knock him out, because Rot Breaks always target all enemies. So in this case, it's not gonna knock out the Gygus, but it should knock out both the Sorcerer and the Wolf. Although he likes to counterattack with arrow whenever we hit the Gygus enemy. But thanks to Galuf having really good damage output, his katana should knock this guy out reasonably efficiently here. Alrighty, and our reward for this here is an Elf Cape. The Elf Cape gives Galuf one extra... Well, actually, I'm just gonna keep the Thieves Rod here. The Elf Cape gives you 1 agility, 1 magic power. So, not crazy in the stats department, but, you know, can be helpful, I guess. But importantly, the Elf Cape is an accessory that allows you to block, or dodge, I guess, 1 in 3 physical attacks coming your way. And that is a huge amount of physical attacks just effectively nullified by, you know, not getting hit by them. Also a fun fact, in these random encounters, the Karnak wolves attack on their own volition, as well as attack whenever the Sergeant tells them to attack, so this guy got to attack twice. The Sergeant himself doesn't attack us directly, so there's that. Also, we don't get to knock out the Sergeant anyways, he's gonna run away, so no need to use an attack animation there. By the way, the chests I'm skipping for the most part just contain elixirs, but are guarded by a variety of enemies that... Well, I just don't really have the useful tools to deal with them efficiently. Plus, I don't really need the elixirs either, thanks to having a freelancer who can deal with pretty much everything as long as you plan ahead a little. Anyways, more monsters in the box, same as before. This time we actually get the solo Gygus enemy in the chest. We could actually just see if we can paralyze him with the whip, because that would be very convenient. Then we could even save some rods. Hey, we actually got it. Paralyzed enemies can never dodge any attacks, so even if your weapon does not have 100% accuracy, you're guaranteed to hit afterwards. And he also, of course, cannot counterattack while he's paralyzed. So that went pretty well, I would say. And this is the Guardian Dagger. We're gonna put Lena to the front row and give her the Guardian Dagger. This thing is a dagger for 36 attack power, which is basically way more than most other weapons at this point in the game. The katana being the one notable exception, I suppose. And daggers, as I've mentioned before, are just the best weapon type in this game. Because it's actually not just that they have just baseline 100% accuracy, and sometimes give you even more damage than they're supposed to. But also on top of that, the Guardian Dagger, or Main Gauche, depending on version I guess, has a 1 in 4 chance to allow you to block enemy attacks. So Lena, with just the Main Gauche and Guardian Dagger, has a 50% chance to dodge any attack. On top of that, she also has like the 25% of the shield, so she's gonna dodge a lot of attacks. Thanks to that combination of things. Oh yeah, by the way, daggers weapons also cut enemies' evasion in half, which makes them even more ridiculous than they already are. Also, this guy just used Arrow 2 on me, so I'm not sure we can take much of a counterattack, so we just knock him out with a rod here. Could have just one-shot him to begin with, but I was trying to see if I could sneak by. Alright, gonna ignore the rest of the chests. Again, they just contain mostly elixirs. There's two other chests that don't contain elixirs. I think this chest on the right contains either shuriken or a flame scroll to throw as a ninja. I don't know which one. The one on the left contains the heal spell for a white mage, which removes any negative status effect, which is kinda nice. Anyways, what we're gonna do here is forget to equip a weapon on Galuf. Whoops. We're gonna knock out 2 of the wolves, and in this encounter, notably, these wolves don't actually attack on their own volition. They only ever attack when the Sergeant tells them to. This is kind of why I pointed out the previous part. The Sergeant, I believe, is in the back row right here, so it's actually more efficient for me to equip a reach weapon, such as the Full Moon. because we're just gonna ignore the wolf, because the wolf is just gonna get one attack per round and it's not particularly threatening. Whereas if we knock out all of the wolves, they're gonna turn into the Iron Claw enemy. I don't really have a reason to fight the Iron Claw enemy. Oh, right. Fire or bows are two-handed, so I couldn't equip a shield with it. That's why that didn't work. Oh, no, he's not even going to attack at all. I didn't even realize you could paralyze that guy. But he would transform and get a substantial defense boost, although his HP does carry over. But right now he has functionally 0 defense, so we just knock him out very, very easily this way. And then the wolf, or the Karnak as it is called, on its own turn it's just gonna run away. Kind of like they always do when they're the last type of enemy remaining. And with this we have completed the steamship as well as the exploding castle of Karnak, and we get our next job crystal set. So, let's see what we're gonna get here. Huh. So you don't actually get all of the job classes here at this point. You get them... Yeah, you don't actually get all of the job classes here at this point. Sorry, I'm preparing the image on the side here. You just get like half of the fire jobs, the other half you will find shortly after the next dungeon, but often this can mean that you're gonna be stuck with whatever you have before the fire crystal. And sometimes that means for the upcoming Biblos encounter, that can be quite tricky. In our case we have freelancers, so it's not a big deal. However, the fire job that we just unlocked is job number 3. There is Bard. So we have a Bard as a next job now, which we cannot do anything with yet, but it's going to be technically helpful, I guess. So we have Bard, Dancer, Freelancer. That is a strange combination of things, but Bard is one of those jobs that it has a bit of a slow start. It doesn't do a whole lot until later. But once we hit that later, it is going to be one of the best support classes in the entire game in terms of how many potent and powerful effects it can provide for buffing the party. Just gonna buy a bunch of status recovery items, a few more potions to heal up, and then we move on. Bard and Dancer in the same party. Is this an RPG group or a band? I mean... yes. Alright, we're gonna buy a bunch of fire rods. We still have ice rods. Just invest the rest of the money into fire rods. These zoo enemies, by the way, notably also give you a 1 in 16 chance to get an elixir if you need to really farm elixirs for some reason. But yeah, we don't currently have access to the Bard. It is a fire job crystal, for what it's worth. But... it's one of the few that you get once you complete the library here. Have I ever equipped the weapons on my other two characters? The ones that are sleepy most of the time? I don't even remember. This room here never has any encounters. However, this room is where the encounters begin. And unless you play the Pixel Remaster, for experience purposes, what level are we? 14, okay, we're fine. For experience purposes, it's largely not worthwhile fighting these encounters because you only get experience and money from the very last enemy you defeat in here. You can learn level 5 Doom from these guys for your Blue Mage, which kills any creature that is, well, has a level of multiples of 5. We're level 14, so we're not multiples of 5, so we're not affected, but it could have been pretty bad because I did not pay attention to my levels at all. Page 32. If you missed learning Era earlier from one of the Gygas enemies, you can get it here. Which is also once again blue magic. There's a lot of blue magic in this game. And a lot of the blue mage power stems from knowing where to be able to get those blue magic abilities. Alrighty. There's one other boss before Byblos. And that boss is Ifrit. Ifrit is a bit like Liquid Flame, 3000 HP, weak to ice. But unlike Liquid Flame, it doesn't randomly change into a form that is immune. But also unlike Liquid Flame, it does sometimes just randomly cast fire too, not as a counter attack. But thanks to having Ice Rods and the ability to equip them with the Freelancers, we can clear this encounter very easily. If we had a summoner in our team, we would get Ifrit here too, which is decently strong, I guess. But we don't have summoners, so we can't use Ifrit. I wonder what thematically would complete our party of a freelancer, a bard, and a dancer. What other job would kind of fit into that little group? By the way, I just picked up the ninja armor, which is the same defense as the mithril armor, but gives you 1 agility and is much less heavy. So functionally, Galuf just gained 2 speed thanks to equipping the ninja armor over the mithril armor. Mime for oddball jobs? I guess Mime actually would fit in really well, wouldn't it? I hope it's not Mime, because Mime basically doesn't do anything in this situation. So it would just be, well, bard, dancer, freelancer, and that's it. But hey, who knows? Beastmaster for a trained bear to add to the performance. That's very true, that actually would be good fit. Geomancer, a pajama wielding person. That sounds about right, actually. Alright, we're gonna heal up to full. Stick our cactus in the back row because Byblos does hit pretty hard with physical attacks if he gets the opportunity. We're gonna equip the fire staff here and do the same as we did before. Byblos here, as mentioned before, he is often in a Forza Fiesta run a huge roadblock for a lot of parties if you don't have a way to take advantage of his elemental weakness to fire. But we do have a way to take advantage of his elemental weakness to fire. So, just 2 fire rods depletes his 3600 HP without any trouble. Goodbye, Pablos. A solo white mage takes about, what was it, 3.5 hours to defeat that guy? That's on the successful attempt. You don't randomly die somewhere along the way. Freelancer, the most busted job. Yep, kind of. We don't currently have any character that has particularly great stats to take advantage of it, but both Dancer and Bard, they master their jobs relatively easily. Well, actually Bard takes a bit longer, I suppose. But yeah. On the bright side, I just realized if I didn't have Freelancer as one of my jobs, now once I pick up the Bard, I would have to turn both of my characters into Bards. And that is not that great of a time against the upcoming enemies. It's not terrible, I guess. Just not particularly efficient comparative to being able to equip everything on the Freelancers. Do you even have harps yet? You can buy harps in Crescent, but they're not particularly good weapons. Harps actually are always, well, with the exception of the Apollo's harp, harps always deal like a percentile of the enemy's current HP and damage, so they never actually kill an enemy, funnily enough. Plus, they need to be flagged as not heavy, so it does not work against most bosses to even use the harp as a weapon. And the weakest harp is 1/16 of the enemy's current HP and damage. The second is 2/16, the third is 3/16, etc. So for the most part, like even the best harp with like 5 or 6/16 of the enemy's HP and damage is still terrible, honestly, because you can deal way more damage against any enemy that is, you know, not flagged as heavy with other means. Then again, you could argue that Bard is not supposed to be the damage dealer anyways. But even Bard, with just attacking with a dagger from the back row, probably deals more damage than with a harp, because you can even, enemies can even resist the harp attack if I'm not mistaken. Which makes them even less useful. Being stuck with just Bard for Adamantis is the worst. Yeah, that takes a while. And you're probably gonna go through a lot of healing items too. Actually, isn't Adamantis... No, Adamantis is heavy, I think. Or is it? I don't remember. Adaman... Gimme. Oh no, Adamantis is not heavy, so if you do land the... Wait, he's immune to stop. Why did I think he was not immune to stop? Also, I just realized we technically have a way to deal with Omega, I guess. It's gonna be a bit sketchy, but we could theoretically do it. Anyways, we're gonna once again liquidate our assets, aka sell everything we don't need. All the ethers, the silk rope. Keep the shuriken still, because it's still gonna be a strong weapon if we get ninja. Keep the mithril sword, sell 1 dagger, leather shoes. We don't need the mithril helmets anymore, we have better stuff. I'm ever going to use a fire bow. It's very unlikely. Mithril armor we don't need. And full moon. That's fine. We're gonna buy as many thunder rods as we can afford. Because we're gonna break all of our rods on enemies where it's very efficient to do so very shortly here. Alrighty, welcome to having a very temporary ship. We're gonna sail along the coast over here to the right. Because... actually, can I see the map here? Map. There's the map. Alrighty. Let me get over there real quick, so I can talk about the thing that I mean to talk about. So, over here, this is where the beginning of the area was, if you remember. just north over here is the beginning town. This is the pirate cave over here, and the wind tower. And this stretch of water here has no enemy encounters at all. So this means right now I'm actually in the same chunk of the map that has no enemy encounters. So we can just keep going here, I guess. And for the most part, this avoids a lot of enemy encounters if you worry about that on the sea. Mostly notably, the Archeoaevis enemies tend to be way faster than any other job you can have. Actually, they are literally the fastest. Like, I don't think you can have anything faster. I believe even the thief, the fastest job you can possibly have, like in general, is not fast enough. That is the wrong weapon you have, friend. You need to get the mithril knife. Mithril knife is reliably enough for Butts to knock himself out, and you get the mithril sword. I believe this should be reliably enough for Ferris to knock herself out. The slight increase in base damage actually matters because she doesn't get the extra attack boost at level 3. But yeah, we're just gonna do this real quick. Have these other two guys take a nap. Or that works too. That way we have once again a 2-character challenge. And the reason why the boat is temporary is because it just sinks right here into a whirlpool. But we get a much better mode of transportation afterwards, so it's fine. Anyway, since we're going to get barred very soon, we can actually start picking up a variety of song spells. Songs are considered spells in this game, and those will, well, you know, actually give the bard some utility, I guess. Because once we get the bard, at most we will be able to have one freelancer in our team. We get the life song, also known as Mighty March in other versions. This one just gives our characters, or our entire party, the regeneration buff. Meaning they get healed a little bit based on their vitality stat and level. Every once in a while. It's kind of like reverse poison, if you will. You know, I can actually use Death Sickles, I just realized. Hold up. I can use Death Sickles. That actually might be a worthwhile pickup, huh? Anyways, convincing this Chocobo to spit out the job crystals that he's eaten, and are the reasons why he currently cannot actually fly properly. And there they are, and we finally have access to our first job that we can actually use that is not freelancer. And that is Bard. We theoretically could turn both of our characters into a Bard and just say that, well, the knocked out character on the ground is gonna be a freelancer. But I kind of want to have at least one freelancer to be able to deal with enemies currently, which is much stronger than the bard. But we have to have at least one bard in the party. Actually, no, we have to have everybody... Yeah, no, we have to have at least one bard in the party. So theoretically, I would be allowed to keep 2 freelancers if I wanted to. I only just now realized that. I thought I needed one bard, but I don't technically do. Anyways, we can turn Lena into a bard for now. Most of our equipment just doesn't apply, but that's okay. she's not gonna do much anyways. We're gonna put both of our characters into the front row, so if we get into a back attack, which is a 1 in 16 chance every time we get into an encounter, we're gonna be in the back row taking less damage. And that is quite simply because we have a reliable encounter of 5 black flames here. And black flames give a lot of experience and money for when you knock them out. They have relatively low HP, so despite being slightly later game enemies, we can just break a rod over their heads. And rods are reasonably expensive at 750 coins each, but these black flames give us 870 in return. We reliably knock them out by breaking rods, and functionally we actually make a slight profit too. And this is one of the best leveling opportunities you have for quite a while in this game, I would say, for most job classes. If you have a Beastmaster, technically the prototype enemies are probably better experience, but that's kind of the one exception, I guess. Anyways, we turn Lena into a bard so she can start gaining ability points towards her job unlocks, because bard, unlike dancer, I believe has a really good magic power as well as agility stats that, once we master the bard job, are actually going to be transferred over to the freelancer class. So, effectively, if we master the jobs on Lena, she could theoretically have really good agility. Well, I say really good, it's actually only 3 points better than dancer, but I guess it's still better than dancer. So she will have baseline 32 agility and 35 magic as a character with mastered bard. Bard itself has really low vitality stats, the second lowest of any of the classes with 15. So the HP on the bards is always gonna be really low. Anyways, mastering bard is gonna be helpful anyways on both characters, because this will allow us to use the sing command, which is extremely powerful late game. So black flames are like stocks, they only go up. Do stocks only go up? I think they also go down sometimes. Anyways, this is gonna be our home for a while, let's put it this way. Partially because there's not really a much better way to grind anytime soon, but also partially because we only have 2 characters, so we kind of need to have these 2 survive more than usual. The main annoyance here really is that Lena as a bard is faster than Galuf with all of his speed equipment. So Lena will always go before Galuf, so I will always have to defend with her first. There is no way to switch characters' turns in Final Fantasy V. That was something they implemented in Final Fantasy VI for the first time. And the Pixel Remaster for that matter. Pixel Remaster also allows you to switch that around. Alright, we will have one more ice rod to break, then a bunch more thunder rods. The reason I use thunder rods is because it's the fastest animation. It may not make much of a difference, but, you know, if we are breaking a lot of rods here anyways, we might as well just make it slightly more efficient if we can. Does the elemental boost of rod stack if you can dual wield? I think it depends on the version. I think it does not stack in the Super Nintendo version, in the advanced version, I'm reasonably certain about that. However, I think it might stack in the old PC version, and the other versions I don't know. Basically, equipping an elemental rod gives you the elemental up property for that specific element, like thunder element up. And that's kind of a unique property you either have or you don't have. It doesn't like add a multiplier to your damage calculation for thunder damage. Well, I mean, it effectively does that, technically, in a roundabout way, but it effectively is more like you either have that buff or you don't have that buff. So I will assume at least most of the versions don't do that, but I do remember at least one version being weird about it. And if there's any version that is weird about things, it tends to be the old PC version. So it's more like gaining a type than gaining stab. Same type attack bonus in Pokemon games. I suppose, yeah, sure. There's no difference in Pokemon if you're electric type or just electric. It's just electric in the end. I guess technically if you're electric, it would be double weak to ground, huh? That would actually be kind of a fun adjustment for Pokemon. Pokemon that have like double types. Also, this is the reason why we're in the front row. This way, on back attacks, we take half damage from enemies punching us physically. Dark Shock reduces your current level by half, which generally speaking means you deal dramatically less damage, because level is a huge component to your damage output. Whoa. I like the Chocobo flying theme in this game. It's really good. And we're gonna do at least one more round of breaking thunder drops. Maybe two. Kinda depends on how much I feel like grinding, I guess. Like mid-level 20s should easily be sufficient to get through the rest of World 1. Although I do have to remember that Lena will be a solo character at the end of World 1, so maybe a little bit more wouldn't hurt. And again, there is the idea that I can get Death Sickle. Thanks to having a Freelancer, I can effectively equip that thing. So it's a really good weapon, all things considered. It would effectively solve the Chimera Brain encounter. I guess I'm not sure what I'm gonna do against the Puroboros. Those are gonna be a bit of a nuisance, I suppose. Depends on what Earth job we're gonna get. Lena will be the solo character, so leveling bots won't be needed. Well, and there's no reason to have level bots in this scenario, yeah. Because as long as either Lena or Galuf is in the party, they're just gonna be the characters I control. The other two are just gonna take a nap forever otherwise. And there's no part of the game where you're missing both Lena and Galuf. Aside from like the intro sequence where Butch just knocks over some goblins, and that's it. From there on, it's at least one of or the other is always gonna be present. more levels. So this will be easier than your solo character one class runs you did way back. Yeah, way easier. Like, literally, having two characters is almost infinitely much easier than a solo character. It's a bit more challenging, I would say, across the board compared to not. Well, it's a bit more challenging than 4 characters, I would say, across the board. But it's not much more difficult if you know what you're doing. But basically, just having the ability for one character to go down for whatever reason, and the other character being able to revive that one is like a gigantic benefit. I think if I distribute the jobs the other way around, Lena having 3 extra agility might theoretically outpace a Galuf. Let's see, you have 34 agility, Galuf currently has 31. Yeah. The difference would be Galuf. Well, Lena would have 3 more than Galuf, so 34, and Galuf would have 3 less than Lena, so 31. So yeah, actually, Lena would reliably go before Galuf if I had her be the freelancer, with all the speed equipment. Would make it slightly less cumbersome to grind out, but yeah, it's okay. Did I ever get the Zerker RNG to kill Xdeath? No, I have not. I'm reasonably convinced that if somebody really tries to figure out how to manipulate the RNG, figure out how to get onto a specific seed of RNG, they will be able to, well, eventually defeat Xdeath with maybe some tricky execution until they get to the fight or whatnot. I think it is theoretically possible, it's just... I believe there has been Looney who attempted to do something like that, like figure out how would you exactly even approach this, but I don't actually know how far Looney got. Unfortunately, by the end of the Berserker run, I was kinda burnt out, so I didn't really keep track of what Looney did exactly. But I believe he did actually try to do Think Circuit, where he was attempting to figure out RNG manipulation and such. But I don't think he ever got to that point where it was able to finish, for what it's worth. Plus, you need to also find a seed where you do actually have the opportunity to finish to begin with. And even with emulator speed up and everything, I never actually found a successful fight for Ferris with the setup I was going for. Also, Lena learned Equip Harps. Is that the first or the second ability? The second, I think. So is she gonna learn Sing once we reach 100 there? Or is there another ability in between that I don't remember? Oh, she has... Wait, she learned Hide already, and then Equip Harps. I think the next one is Sing. So we could already have a Master Bard in the game. You know what? I'm just gonna Master Bard on Lena here because I feel like it. I think that's okay. We get 3 ability points each encounter, and we need 73 more. Which is what? 36 times 2 plus 1. So 25 encounters. So if we can buy 25 rods, we're gonna have Lena master the Bard already, I think. Unless there's an ability that I'm just not thinking of, which is possible. But I think Bard learns not a whole lot, all things considered. I'm not gonna use a flail anymore. So let's sell that one. Oh, I had one extra... Oh, that's awkward. If I managed to break that one extra rod right there... Oh, that's kind of funny. If I broke that one extra rod right there, I would have actually had exactly enough to level up Lena to the next job level. But I kind of missed that I had one extra there. Is only having 2 dudes another self-imposed challenge? Yes, it is. It's not much more difficult than having a full party. Just a little. Oh, I just realized I actually did the calculation wrong earlier. Galaf has only 2 extra speed compared... 2 less speed than Lena, so it would be a difference of 4. Which I think means that he's not reliably going faster than Lena would. Lena would not reliably go faster than Galaf in that situation. Three more Thunder Rods. And then we're done here for now. Unless I really just... Well, I guess I can just take one random encounter somewhere else and Lena's gonna master Bard right there. One more encounter. And there we go. Now the big question is, do I want to grind out a Death Sickle? It would certainly be helpful. Unlikely my only way to inflict doom in any capacity anyway, so let's go and get one, I guess. Might as well. Yeah, Lena needs one more encounter. And I think my best way to grind these encounters is going to be with... well, breaking rods anyways. It's gonna be a bit of an investment, but that's okay. Let's see, let me actually just buy rods for the upcoming parts too, because Bard is not particularly well known for being all that strong. Let's see, we want to have 2 ice rods for Timmy, 1 thunder rod for Greyclaw, 2 thunder rods for each of the cannon encounters, at least 1 for Soul Cannon, probably going to go for more. 1, 2, 3 more, so let's say 4 for Soul Cannon. Anything else? We'll probably break a few more on Puroboros. Let's just buy 4 of each minimum elemental type. And then we just invest the rest into Thunder, I guess. Then we can just use them wherever we want. More or less. Alright, let's try to get a Death Sickle, I suggest. But also, before I forget about it, let's also get the Bard songs that we can pick up. One is gonna be in history here. What attitude? Well, if somebody pokes you in the butt, and if you were a goat, you probably would kick them as well. It's very understandable. That kind of attitude. Anyways, this is where we pick up the stop song, if I'm not mistaken. I actually didn't read it, but I think it's the stop song. This inflicts stop on enemies that are not immune to it. It's pretty good. Stop basically means they can't do anything. It's kind of like paralyze, just stop instead. It's technically different status effects. Different enemies are vulnerable or immune against one or the other. And the other song we can pick up is in here. We need to actually play the little music box in Butts' old home. Watch a cutscene and then we get that song. Oh, I don't have Bard on the overlay. I thought I did. No, I do. This is just how Furious Bard looks. Oh, no, I don't have that part text on the overlay. Okay, sorry. I did forget that part. I was thinking, that's just how Furious looks. It doesn't look much different from her normal attire. But this definitely does not look like the correct Bard. Thank you for letting me know. And welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, and we learned the Charm Song. This inflicts confusion on enemies if it hits. Confused enemies will attack their own allies with whatever ability or attacks they have. Sometimes using attacks and abilities that you don't otherwise have access to. In here you can buy ninja equipment, and importantly, because this is Butts' hometown, you can buy a lot of supplies for relatively cheap. relatively being the keyword here. I just don't have that much money to begin with. But I like to usually stock up on at least, like, status healing items here. It's not that expensive, comparatively. I might come back here later. Because this town here is one of my favorite pieces of music in the game. Alrighty, let's try to get a death sickle, shall we? Actually, probably should have bought ice rods if I wanna grind for death sickles. I just realized. Because the lizards around here are actually weak to ice. So, let's see. The enemies here specifically are weak. Or, well, this is a guaranteed encounter with these crescent enemies. And these are the ones that have a 1 in 16 drop rate for the Death Sickle item, which is what I'm looking for. Gonna use a Charm Song with Lena, trying to confuse the enemies. And it literally works against literally all of them. The only way to get rid of confusion is by getting hit by a physical attack, which the other guy just did. Turns out that worked out pretty well for us. I'm just gonna wait until this guy hits himself or something. And then I would hit him, but it's just not necessary anymore. But yeah, these encounters are gonna be generally a little bit slower, so I might as well put my cactus into the back row. Because it might take a bit until we get it. Oh, wait. Lena did master the bard job, so there's no reason to keep her as a bard at this point anymore. We're gonna turn her into a freelancer with Sing and Hide. Because now she can equip literally everything, where she couldn't do that as the bard. We're gonna turn Galaf into the bard. He has a guardian dagger. That's good. That's all you need. Gonna optimize for you. Thieves Glove are actually technically fine. I'm gonna give you the Elf Cape for... Well, actually, Thieves Glove is better. We were going to give the Galaf the other one. And the rest of the weapons are pretty good. So we now have Lena, who has upgraded her magic power and agility stat from the freelancer up to, well, a lot more than she had before, let's put it this way. The magic power, I guess we can actually use now to think about it, by breaking rods. I was about to say, magic power is not terribly useful from the bard, but it is if you can break rods. That does scale with magic power. Right, so we're gonna have Lena just break the thunder rods. I accidentally broke ice rod earlier, because I was talking about ice rods and I saw ice rods, so I just used it. Okay, this is actually just guaranteed one, just the entire encounter. They are not as much experience or money, so we are losing a little bit of money every time we break a rod in them, but it's just the most efficient way to try and get one of those death sickles, and those weapons are really worth it. Berserkers often get, like, a poor reputation for being, let's put it this way, not particularly useful or strong, but this is one of the high points for Berserkers normally, because the Death Sickle is by far and away one, if not the strongest weapon that you can get at this stage in the game. It has a 1 in 3 chance to inflict instant death on enemies that are not immune to that effect, and ignores most of the enemy's defense, does have a 10% chance to miss, and a high variance in how much damage you deal, but other than that, it's pretty good. I think if I reach 4 Thunder Rods remaining, we're gonna move on, even if I didn't get the Death Sickle yet. Because we don't need it, it would just be nice to have. Actually, it would be really nice to have, thinking about it. I kind of really want it, honestly. Maybe I'm just gonna stick around until I get one. Those encounters with 2 of these present encounters are kind of the ideal case scenario, because it's double the chance of getting one of those items that we want. Is this to avoid buying the killer bow later? I think it's more reliable on average than the killer bow with the levels we're gonna get along the way. But I have to admit that I kind of forgot about the killer bow. What's the accuracy of the killer bow? Killer bow. Killer bow has 70% accuracy, so actually death sickles are even better than killer bows in that aspect as well. It's actually more that I feel like it's going to be useful in a number of encounters before the killer bow, as well as, well, actually, even if we had access to the killer bow. The killer bow is just a flat 8% chance to instantly kill the enemy, whereas the death sickle procs are likely going to be higher probability on most encounters where that's going to be relevant. In contrast, killer bow can't be reflected. That is actually a very fair point. Also, did Galov learn hide already? No, not yet. We only get mostly one ability point per encounter, so suppose that's expected. Oh wow, that guy survived. He must not have much HP. Killer boy is probably better for World 2 Crystal Boss, but otherwise Death Sickle is better for most other fights. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assessment. I would actually be curious at which level you would be better off using the Death Sickle over the Killer Bow. Like, as soon as you have a greater than 8% chance on a hit, I guess, it would be better to use the Death Sickle. I'm sure somebody could calculate that. Right, my last Thunder Rod. Now we have to go and buy more, I guess. How did I like the A2B mod for the Pixel Remaster? It's really neat. It basically made the Pixel Remaster reasonably playable for me, to be completely honest, so I really like it overall. I think it's great. I do have one question. I think you did not implement the +1/-1 at the beginning of combat for your A2B mod, did you? But overall, honestly, the Pixel Remaster with that mod was very nice to play. It's basically going to be my way to play the Pixel Remaster going forward, for what it's worth. So thank you very much for creating that. Getting a bit unlucky here with the death cycle chance, it appears. We have 4 more fire rods we can throw. Is that a mechanic? It should be in the disassembly, yes. Let's see. I don't remember where I read that one, to be completely frank. But yeah, it's a thing. Basically, at the beginning of battle, the game randomly rolls for each character in combat. Basically to get +1 or -1 to their speed stat. And that is actually their entire speed stat for the entirety of the battle. I think originally I read that it basically just affects the beginning of the battle, but it actually affects the entire battle. They just have +1 or -1 speed entirely. I don't remember where I read that, but from experience I can reasonably confirm that this is about how it works. Speed train, trying to find where that might be. I didn't actually pay attention whether I got one or not either. I did not. Let's see. Yeah, I actually don't see that in the algorithms guide either. I don't know where I learned about that, to be honest. But it's the reason why in the Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo version, if 2 characters have the exact same speed set, it's entirely possible for one to go first in one battle, and then in the other battle, the other person goes first. I don't know why I defend it. You thought the ATB calculation was completely deterministic, but they randomized turn order checking at the start of battle, and they used the same order when they checked who gets their turn. I don't... I'm pretty sure it's a random plus or -1, to be honest. I guess the way you could check for that is by using like Bizarre or some other memory watch emulator and check the speed stats once you initiate battles and see if the value it uses is actually plus or -1. Like, I'm reasonably certain that's how it works. But it also wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong about something that I thought was one way for a long time rather than another. I'm reasonably certain that's how it works. But unfortunately, I have to agree, I don't see that in the ATB algorithms guide thingy. Galuf learned hide, and we get to do max on the second to last fire rods that we could throw. Alrighty, nice. Hide is helpful. So we're gonna actually want to equip Galuf, probably. You get to do max. It's actually not much better. In fact, the katana is more reliable on average with only 1 less attack power. I guess I'm gonna use the katana for now. Galuf doesn't have a head or a body to equip, so we could briefly buy a Sage's Surplus, I suppose. At least that way he has an armor. The algorithm's guide is missing a lot of info on ATB mechanics, yeah. One thing I would also be curious if you happen to stumble across it is what is the chance for a Phoenix Down to successfully kill an undead enemy? Because I'm pretty sure it's a flat value rather than being affected by levels, kind of like the life spell is. But I've never found anywhere a way to confirm or deny that. Hey Valakar, yes, we have a very musical team. We just need either a Geomancer or a Beastmaster to complete the circus. It isn't wrong, but it's also very incomplete. Yeah, the funny thing is, for the most part, it's very rare that the algorithms guide doesn't have some information that I was looking for. Like, occasionally, like the Phoenix Down thing, I stumble upon something that isn't mentioned, and I'm pretty sure it's one way, but I have no way to confirm it. But other than that, it's amazing on how complete this is, especially for how old that thing is too. You voted Geo for the bells. I like Geomancer, it's a fun job. And with having a bard, actually in the team, the Geomancer gets extra decent speed too, which is nice. So Geomancer would be pretty solid, honestly. Alrighty, let's buy once again 4 of each rod. And that's probably gonna be sufficient for most cases. Maybe I want a plumed hat here as well. That way Gala has a headgear. Plumed hats are actually kinda neat. Relatively cheap for an extra 5% magic evasion, which is nice. Are they tubular? What is tubular? Popular? Get your PC into research. I'm curious what you find, Tranquilite. Once again, thank you very much for creating the mod, because it made the Pixel remaster much more enjoyable for me. Have I never heard of tubular bells? Like a tube? Like long bells or what? Tubular? Meaning... It's an album. Okay. Tubular. Relating to or shaped like a tube. Tubular casings, tubular flowers. Consisting of tubes or a tube, a tubular frame. Having the form of a tube or pipe, consisting of a pipe. Okay. So this is kind of what I thought it was, although the spelling didn't really give it away. A long time ago you found Phoenix Stones have a spell hit value of 75 that works like other spells that can miss, but you can't seem to confirm that now. I see. I am reasonably certain it's like a flat chance. Kinda like the killer bow has a flat chance. But I don't know if that's truly correct or not. Full moon. We could theoretically break rods, which I think would be more efficient for the sandworm than anything else. Yaga isn't old enough to be familiar with Mike Oldfield. There's a lot of like popular stuff and celebrity stuff and such that I'm not aware of. I am reasonably old at this stage, I would say. So chances are I just missed what it is about. There's a reasonable chance I'm older than you, let's put it this way. Meow, meow. Alrighty, welcome to Sandworm. This thing has 3000 HP. It is always considered in the back row, which is why I should have put Lena into the back row as well, but it doesn't really matter too much. But the full moon should deal more damage than any other weapon because it ignores rows. Then on Galef, we're just gonna use the Vitality Song, just gives everybody the regeneration status effect. Basically, just continuously healing us a little. It's not much, but I mean, it's more than nothing, I guess. Aside from that, we don't really have anything we can do for the most part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna attack with Lena, who is dealing pretty solid damage, honestly. And we're gonna hide with Galef. Hide allows your character to just be literally immune against anything the enemies throw at your party. Like, the Galef is not gonna get hit over there. Which is kinda convenient because he's not gonna really contribute much to damage anyways, and Quicksand always hits your entire party, inflicting 60 damage and the HP leak status effect, so Lena here is gonna continuously just lose more and more HP, especially once I get the menu here. The HP is dropping really fast, which means I want to do my menu reasonably fast. But I also want to be somewhat careful about making sure I target the Sandworm. Because if I target the hole by accident, or Sandworm just happens to switch position by the time I select what I attack and, well, Lena actually attacking, if I hit a hole, it is going to counterattack with gravity. Like, it's kind of the concept as your character falls into the hole and takes damage for half of their current HP. Half of my current HP is a lot more damage than the Sandworm would otherwise do, so I would prefer if we didn't accidentally do that. Question, does Hide plus Sing work in the Pix remaster? I do not have an answer to that. You're fairly sure it works like a spell. If you try the Phoenix Down against the 3 undead little pigs, they have a high magic evade, and Phoenix Down fails a lot more than against the Tyrannosaurus. It could be a mix. Like, it could always have like a baseline 75% chance to hit. But it is affected by magic evade. Like, I can see that being possible. But basically, I did the white mage grind all the way up to, what, last level 60 or something like that, on the Hydras in Ronka Ruins. For the solo white mage challenge, that is. And I never noticed, like, a variance on how likely it was for me to hit with the Phoenix Down against those Hydras. It's technically possible that the variance was so gradual over time that that's why I didn't notice, because it's a long grind. But just kind of from a feelings perspective, which we know that humans are notoriously terrible at gauging like percentages with just kind of a sense of it. But from a feelings perspective, I would say that it was always about the same chance to hit. So I would be happy to accept the idea of magic evade affects it, but level does not. Gitra is called in this. Yeah, that's right. Also, we never had to heal Lena. The regeneration effect from the bark actually came in handy here. Also, thanks to having Bard, we actually have a reliable way of running away from encounters too now. That's actually very convenient. And something that I tend to forget for some reason. But Bard is one of the weirder ways on how you can guaranteed run away from encounters, I guess. Because if you have your entire party hidden with the hide command, you literally run away from combat. As long as you can run away from combat, that is. If you can't, well then you don't. It's really that simple. You can't target the dummy targets directly, right? That is correct. Only random targets and AoEs. Yes. I actually don't even know if AoEs technically hit the dummy targets or not. I would think they don't actually. Funnily enough. Area effects. I don't think they hit dummy targets. Also, welcome to the Chimera. Good thing we have a reasonably fast class so we can run away before they can attack. Because that thing loves to use Aqua Rake, which... I'm pretty sure Gallop would survive an Aqua Rake, but it would deal a lot of damage. You know, I just realized I will have haste for the late game too, thanks to being able to equip literally every weapon. I will have Protect, I will have haste, I technically have access to every White Mage and Black Mage spell. But mostly I just have reliable access to haste and Protect. You found it, Jäger. Search for 10.22 items. Oh. There it is. 4/16. Curious. That's where he found it. Oh, it's a quarter of the health heal. That makes sense. 4/16. Revive an HP %. I mean, thankfully, Phoenix Downs don't have a 75% chance to revive your character. It is guaranteed. Nice. Thank you, Trisolizer. So it is actually 75% baseline. I'm just willing to bet it's not modified by your level. But I'm happy to accept the idea that it's modified by magic evasion. I see, I've actually never really took a closer look at this table. Nice. Good catch. So if we by random chance get White Mage, I think I would want to pick up... Well, I should have picked up the heal spell for that realistically, but that's too late now. But I should pick up the mini spell at least. Let's see. I think the crystals have no evasions, right? Right now I'm just kind of going back to the part where... When does it become more efficient for us to use a Death Sickle over using a Killer Bow on the crystals? Because functionally, it's an 8% chance, but we only have a 70% chance to hit. So 7 point... It's a 5.6% chance every time we attack to defeat one of the crystals with the Killer Bow. It looks like Phoenix Down uses the base 75% hit rate plus the regular magic hit rate calculations formally when used on undead units. It uses the regular one? Are you sure? Doesn't the regular one include levels? Which I think it doesn't, but again, I could be wrong. But I could swear to you it doesn't account for levels. Also, players of the Pixel Remaster, despair for the majesty that is this button. There's a lever, push it, no. There's a lever, pull it, yes. You can say no if you know what you're doing and immediately get to these things without having to do the entire shebang. right here in order to get to these things. It's glorious. Then again, to be fair, this sequence of things is kind of a fun little cutscene, so yeah, it's fine. Attack type, Hex 18, destroy Axon, True Edge, Quicksand, Bottomless, Swamp, Slash. Target's heavy, misses, do not follow any more steps. Hit the terms for magical attack steps, 6.22. Doesn't True Edge always hit? Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. True Edge has the A attack type, so it does not use the hit rate formula. Huh, it's kinda curious that it's in that list then. Oh, sorry, I kind of missed that question earlier, Zorban. That was literally almost 10 minutes ago. I'm terrible at reading chat, sorry. What does Karlabos' job mean for this challenge? You pick his job? No, it's not yet determined. Basically, the jobs get revealed as soon as we get to the next set of crystals that unlock the next job. So we got the first crystal at the wind job, then we got the next crystal at the water crystal, the next job we got at the fire crystal, and then this job is gonna be once we get to the earth crystal, which is gonna be after this next dungeon here. Alrighty, welcome to Greyclaw. This thing is not immune to instant death, although the chance for us to hit that isn't the highest, I guess. I'm still willing to try it. It only has 2000 HP. It does have really good defenses, so the defense piercing effect of the axe weapons actually comes in technically handy here. You can also use the charm thing on this. This is not immune to confusion, although I do believe it has some magic evasion, so we're not guaranteed to land the charm. It's gonna attack right after it attacks itself, just so it doesn't get a turn efficiently anyways. Tail Screw. This guy has like often a 2 in 3 chance to use Tail Screw, which is kind of awkward, I will say. So, in this situation, we're just gonna go for the kill afterwards instead of playing around here. Because what we can do instead is we can just quite simply use a Thunder Rod. This guy only has 2000 HP. Wow. That's really unfortunate, but fair. Again, he has a 2 in 3 chance most of the time to just use Tail Screw, and the character that already has been Tail Screwed is not gonna get knocked out anyways. What I was saying, this guy only has 2000 HP, and he's weak to Lightning Element. It does use attacker level. That's interesting. I'm surprised about that. But again, I suppose that's fair. Thank you for checking. According to the algorithms FAQ, what level is a Ghidra? Or Hayudora? How do you spell Hydra in this version? Let's see. It's actually just called Hydra in this version here. It's only level 26, so yeah, actually there's a pretty reasonable chance to hit them. Hey Magic Freak, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, anyways, we need a few more Thunder Rods, I think, to break against the ship. That little spot there is almost made for the ship to land in. By the way, fun little fact. The Pixel Remaster always puts you in the same spot back on the overworld, regardless of where you enter. This version here actually memorizes where you entered the overworld from, or the area from, and will put you back to where you entered. Does it matter? Probably not. I just think it's interesting. I'm not gonna use the ice barrel. If I get ninja, I'm gonna go back and buy more. Hydra? Maybe. This is the part where I would like to use a tent to heal up to full. I didn't buy any tents. But shouldn't I have at least one? Oh, there they are. I have 6. All the revive spells and items use the same base formula, just with different parameters, such as the chemist mixes have a hit percent of A. Curious. It would be strange if Phoenix Downs had a totally different formula just for them. I agree, it would be. It's more likely that they do, and I'm just mistaken, obviously. Anyways. Taking up. Taking up. Kind of funny how Butts just rolled exactly the amount of HP he had. Alrighty. Funnily enough, Bart is actually pretty good. Wait, I need to do Timmy. Whoops. By the way, can I just point out that the Super Nintendo has you see such a huge area when you fly with the airship. The Game Boy Advance is such a tiny viewport that you pretty much need the map. This version here, you can see so much you don't need the map. It's a huge difference. This is literally one of the big reasons why I prefer the Super Nintendo version. You can just see more. Having to use 4 white mages for all of World 2 and 3 kind of sucks. What did you do? Gilgabot has chokes. Wait, I didn't go... Oh, I need to watch the cutscene. I'm not paying attention. You're doing a Meteor upgrade run, so your jobs are Knight, Freelancer, Chemist, White Mage. You don't have to ever upgrade, do you? Like, you can choose whether you upgrade or not. So I would probably... just keep Knight until you unlock Holy, and then maybe switch over at the end. You did? Well... How do you get past Atmos with 4 white mages? Very, very, very slowly. Yeah, that seems like your best weapon is a flail. That seems terrible. I don't recommend that. Actually, I forgot to pick up the lightning whip earlier. It's fine. It isn't actually lightning element, it's just a stronger whip. We had a look through the SNES disassembly as well, but you couldn't find the item data. I see, imagine that's kinda tricky to read. Or maybe not complete. You have 1 white mage with equip, so... Oh yeah, right, you get to use the stuff from the previous guys. I forgot about that part. If you have at least equipped swords, then I think it's pretty solid. Because you can even put the thing to sleep. Bum bum. Need to remember to play the piano in the very first town sometime too. We can technically do this at the beginning of World 3. Or, what's more likely going to happen, I'm just gonna forget about it. Unintentionally, that is. until I'm gonna try and pick up the hero song, and then try to think which one of the songs or pianos I haven't played yet. You forgot to put it to sleep, which would have made much easier to handle. Yup, would have. But it seems like you got through anyways. At least you have good healing and like defensive capabilities. And as long as you have at least one person who can deal decent damage, is probably fine. Although there's an argument to be made that you may want to have grinded out a bunch of light staves for XDF, I suppose. And again, if you die, do you lose your boost from the mix, from the chemist? I don't think you do you? Alrighty, now we go to Timmy. Also, Timmy's not immune to instant death either, so... Just gonna use the Doom Axe again. Hope to hit, although it's a 1 in 3 chance for Doom to try and proc. And Timmy has shells, so our chance to hit is already halved. And then Timmy probably has some extra magic evasion too. So it's not great odds to one-shot him. He's also weak to ice. But because of shell, he takes half damage, so it would probably require 2 ice rods to defeat that guy. But we could probably do it. All Timmy ever does is attack twice, then attack once, then attack twice, then attack once. It hits pretty hard for what it's worth. But we have a good chunk of physical evasion with the shields as well as the elf cape and the magos on our characters, so we're probably fine. But if Gallup gets hits, he's just gonna take a good chunk of damage. Hit you. Wow. Okay, sometimes it's just how it works, huh? What were the odds? Like, at most 1 in 6? Welcome to you, Canther. You're on your third Job Fiesta run. Nice. You have White Mage, Monk, Berserk and Dragoon here at Forest Mourns, just leveling up before the Crystal fight. Yeah, makes sense. Seems like a reasonably challenging yet doable troop you have there. I wish you good luck. Actually seems like a nice challenge group, like Berserkers punching is kind of fun to use in my opinion. From a retro perspective point of view, the chance of insta-kill was 100%. No, the probability would still be at most 1 in 6. I suppose if this is only your only point of data, it would be 100%, if you don't know about the remainder of the functionalities. Is that what the retro point of view means? Or retrospective point of view? You're having fun. Everyone does bare hands so they do more damage. Nice. Yeah, actually, this is an interesting point. Don't you punch twice when you do the jump attack? Or was that a different game? That might be Final Fantasy VI. I think Final Fantasy VI punches twice. I'm not sure about Final Fantasy V, actually. That might just be one. You never tried it, that's fair. I mean, it's arguably more damage than the Dragoon does most of the time. The big benefit of a Dragoon is it's just a very tanky chop that can sit in the back row, technically dealing full damage. But it's not doing a particularly good job at tanking enemies when it's in the air half the time. Any past event has a 100% chance of having happened, if it happened at all. I still disagree with that assessment. Like, I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I don't think that's how it works. Like, the short version is, my brain is just refusing to try and make that make sense, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's not quite an entirely serious approach, is it? Unless it is, and then I'm just wrong. Like, if an event has happened, then it has happened, but then it's not a chance thing anymore, then it's a matter of fact. Do I need the green beret? Wait, Lena, what do you have equipped? Oh, you have a ribbon. No, I don't need a green beret. If we need another one, we can always buy one more. Well, as long as we don't leave World 1 before that happens. So am I ever going to use the healing stuff? Maybe. I think it's arguably more likely that I don't. But I guess Katana is more reliable, so we'll still keep that one. I guess I could sell some Phoenix Downs. Oh well, maybe this is enough potions anyways. Jump with Parehand does hit twice. Barks did the jump hit for both 645. That's actually pretty awesome. Oh, it's not serious at all. Okay. I see. Once the event has happened, the probability collapses to a single result. Yeah, but it's it's just not probability anymore then. Anyways, welcome to the flame guns or launchers. It's kind of a 50-50, like a genuine 50-50. In this case, whether you get one or the other, unless you play the Pix Remaster, then I believe you're just guaranteed to get, well, 2 of each, because I guess, I don't actually know why. That's just how they did it, I suppose. Anyways, they are weak to lightning, so we can't just break lightning rods on their heads. So I might just do that. Or thunder rods. I will want to keep enough for the boss at the end here too. But they do have like 3600-ish HP, something like that. They're also susceptible to getting stop songed, so if Galuf was slightly faster, he would be able to use stop song on them before they could flame gun me. Anyways, that's kind of the only attack they do. So we're basically just fine. We also have a really high chance, but not a guaranteed one, to inflict these guys with stop too, for what it's worth. So as soon as Galuf gets his turn, they shouldn't be able to move anymore afterwards. Well, unless we get unlucky, which is always a possibility. Launchers. These things technically can be slightly dangerous, because they can confuse us and all of their attacks deal percentile-based damage, so no matter how much HP we have, they would always deal substantial damage to us. But also it's a chance to hit things for the most part, so we could always just resist the attacks too. Alright, these guys again. Three Thunder Rods. I'm not sure that's enough. Maybe I shouldn't have used that many on these guys. Alrighty. You know, we have hide. This is fine. Let's put Galuf into the front row, give him... The Guardian Dagger is literally the strongest weapon he has, I guess. Alrighty, welcome everybody to Soul Cannon. It has 2 launchers on its back. They would deal half of our current HP in damage, and, importantly, inflict the old status on us. They have 800 HP, are not weak to Thunder, so I think, however, this should still knock them out with 1 Thunder Rod attack. It does not, so now we're hoping that Galuf knocks out 1, and then we hope the other one just does not hit Lena. Okay, I think it did not hit Lena, good. The main cannon has technically 12,500 HP. And the launchers inflicting the old status would have been extremely detrimental to us. But thankfully we don't have to worry about them anymore, and now we just deal damage until we win. So I think I could have bought a lightning sword, and this would deal good damage against this guy, but I forgot. Anyways, all Soul Cannon does is it attacks once every, well, I think initially it takes like 7 or 8 turns until it attacks, but then it attacks like once every 4 turns afterwards. And in short, all it does is it just charges up and then uses Surge Beam against us. Surge Beam will deal 50% of our maximum health and damage, so it is pretty devastating all things considered. But we can just hide away and not worry about that. Then I think we get like 1 attack in. And then we need to hide again, because now he's gonna get his beam out much more quickly again. Yeah, I should have absolutely bought a Coral Sword earlier. I just forgot. Okay, now we're just gonna wait until he shoots. 128%. It says ineffective because, technically speaking, even like the status messages require a target for him to use. Even though technically the status messages do nothing, but it still gives you the ineffective message because it was ineffective. It literally couldn't hit anybody because nobody was there to be hit by it. Here I think I should get 2 attacks in with both characters. Also a nice crit, Lena. Crits ignore enemies' defense and deal double damage. Ooh, Galuf might actually be too slow here. Let's see. Nope, he's just in time. Fire! Was literally just in time. You know, it's actually gonna be easier for me to always just unhide every other time. Because if you think about it, we are very slightly too slow to unhide every turn and then attack and then hide again. So I think it's actually more efficient for me to hide and just wait 2 turns, attack twice, and then hide again. Like, time-wise, I think is more efficient. Technically, we could also just sit and take one of those surge beams to the face, because it's always half of our maximum health hit damage, plus HP leak status. So we do easily survive it. It's just we only survive it once. And then the regeneration thing would have to kick in until we survive it again. Or we would need to heal up. So if you don't have bards, it's much more complicated to defeat this thing if you don't have good damage. Which might occasionally happen. It's kind of curious that Lena just gets her regeneration tick every time she unhides like that. Just before Galuf gets to do the unhide action. It's very predictable when you get regeneration ticks. It's also different for each party member depending on the party position they're in. Which is mostly worth noting because there is an accessory in the game called the Guard Ring, or Protect Ring, that gives you regeneration at the beginning of battle, and if your character is sitting in the 3rd or 4th slot, they actually get a regeneration tick just at the very beginning of battle, which can be useful for grinding. Yeah, not the most exhilarating fight, but it's consistent. And we could just break Thunder Rods. By the way, Thunder Rods, if you break them, they by default target all enemies. So that means it turns into a multi-target move, effectively halving all the damage it deals to all targets. Which I believe is actually not true in the Pixel Remaster. For some reason you deal full damage to all targets, as if you were to single target them. Breaking rods is really busted in the Pixel Remaster, because you can also equip a rod to get the elemental boost from the rod and break another one in your inventory. It's really weird why they made it so strong, because it already was crazy strong, but that made it even more powerful. Ah, bar shenanigans, yep. Very convenient. You know what, I'm just gonna attack here. I don't know how much longer it's gonna take, but I feel like we might get through this someday. Take one Surge Beam, that's fine. So that means we get one attack with each character and then we have to hide again. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Jump with bare hands is kind of OP. Bards jump on crystal twice for 1,500 each. That's really good, actually. Which version are you playing, if I might ask? You might have mentioned that earlier, but my brain is terrible. Anyways, jump. bare hand seems great in that case. Pixel Remaster, I see. The Pixel Remaster does make a bunch of the things like the kick from the monk, it also makes way stronger. Which honestly, I think that's pretty neat. Alrighty. First, we need to sit on this chair next to the stage, and this lures the dancers off the stage, where we can then easily sneak away because they suddenly realize that the chair that has the ability to just spin in circles is really funny and they're very distracted. And we get to sneak over here and play the piano. I'm pretty sure that's how the story goes. Like, the dancers are just having fun sitting on the spinny chair. Solcan got nothing on a Bard, a freelancer and 2 humps. Humps on the ground. With that said, however, thank you so much for a crazy long time of 65 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you kindly. I'm giving you the doom thingy. As someone who loves spinning chairs, heck yeah. Right? I'm sure that's how it works. I like the spinning chair theory a lot better than lap dances. Because let me be honest, 3 dancers dancing on your lap at the same time seems very painful. I don't think that's a good time, to be honest. Anyways, we actually are here for one item that we want to grind out, and that is the Dark Bow, because the Dark Bow is going to make a bunch of encounters much easier. So we need to defeat a bunch of world demons, and kind of like the sickle guys from earlier, they have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us their rare weapon. Thank you, Krasar. I'm glad you think so. You feel like jump barehanded is just a rider kick. From very high up, all the way down. Like a meteorite, it strikes. Alrighty, we're gonna sing this guy a love song, so it will stop whatever it's doing and literally be unable to do anything for about 2.5-ish turns. The nice thing about stopped enemies is also that they can no longer dodge attacks, so even if my attack had like a 1%... Really? I already got it? Okay, that was fast. I guess that makes up a little bit for the sickle luck we had earlier. Not complaining, just surprised. Anyways, stopped enemies also cannot dodge your attacks, so even though the sickle has a 10% chance to miss normally on a stopped enemy, or paralyzed for that matter, or even confused, it will always hit. Also sleep. So I guess there's 4 status effects where you guaranteed hit with that thing. Not really much of a reason for me to have a second, is there? Also, we pick up the gold shield. This gives us a 30% chance to block physical attacks. For some reason, gold is better than mithril in this universe. But hey, maybe the enemies are going to intentionally aim for your shield, trying to chip off some of the gold so they can collect it, and that kind of makes up for the high probability of blocking. Akuma monster in Hunter Wilds with a complete moveset. You sharpen Akuma's fist. Wouldn't you normally call that claws at that point if you sharpen fists? Surprised the chair doesn't break. With the 3 dancers on it. Well, if it breaks, we're out of sight since a long time. We just needed to briefly get in a personal piano lesson. Each one of the pianos in this universe is probably sentient and just teaches you its fundamentals of how to play. Probably. That chair knows guard. So it's a sentient chair as well. That probably would help a chair to know guard. Always takes 0 damage from physical attacks. Alrighty. Shurikens, Ancient Sword, Full Moon. And the Power Ring. We can actually equip the Power Ring on Lena, giving her 3 extra strength, because why not? Normally I tend to give my frontline characters the Elf Cape, so they dodge physical attacks. But Lena has so much defense thanks to the ribbon already. And we only have 1 Elf Cape anyway, so it's fine. Also, I could theoretically turn Galuf into a freelancer here for the boss coming up if I wanted to. But I also don't think it's all that necessary. It's a possibility, I guess. But he could just pretend to be... My goodness, if I knew the name of the bard in Final Fantasy IV, that joke would have worked a lot better. I could pretend to be that guy and just hide. Edward, right, that one. Edward or Gilbert, depending on which translation you look at. The Spoony Bard, yeah. There's another translation. Oh, I assume the 3DS is it? Has a different translation then. Did Secht, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to Final Fantasy V, where we try to beat the game with just 2 characters. And the 4 Job Fiesta rule set, which means we're only allowed to use the 4 jobs that the game, well, Gilgabot really randomly assigns to us. So far we've gotten Freelancer, which is really strong by itself, all things considered. Even though it is enhanced by the presence of jobs to begin with. Being able to just equip literally everything is crazy good. And it is really, really nice to be able to just have a bard in the team, because bards will be absolute powerhouses of support late game. And hello, welcome, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. There's a fairly notorious Anniversary Edition fan translation for Super Famicom as well. There is. Alrighty, welcome to Archeoaevis. This thing has 5 different forms. The initial 4 have 1600 HP each, and the game doesn't tell you that it switches between the forms. But the short version is, it starts out having really, really high... Wait, do I only have 1 Thunder Rod remaining? I guess I do. Anyways, it starts out having really, really high physical defense and low magic defense. It's also weak to wind damage, and that is almost all of its HP in 1 hit gone. Galuf, you're gonna sing us the Vitality song for regeneration. An Archeoaevis, for the most part, has 3 attacks it can do. It can do a regular attack with a status effect attached, in this case Slip. I think it's just HP leak status. Since we have a decent amount of HP at this point, it's not actually that big of a deal. He's now in phase 2. The game doesn't tell you about that part, but he is now going to have a 1 in 3 chance to cast Blaze, which... Blaze is not a particularly good translation because it's ice damage that deals 240 damage and inflicts HP leak status on you. He has a 1 in 3 chance to just do a regular attack. Every single form of that does have that chance. And a 1 in 3 chance to attack with a status effect attached. I think it inflicts blind in phase 2 here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna call in Galef so he can... There we go, we are in phase 3 with just dealt enough damage so he can heal. Here's my plan here. Yeah, do I need to heal? I don't need to heal yet. Keep hiding Galef, it's fine. Then we are in phase 3, where I believe it absorbs fire damage. In the previous phase it absorbed ice damage. So I can't break a fire rod, but we can break one of the ice rods. And it will... well... Tail. Tail... I don't remember what Tail does, but apparently Elena is immune to it thanks to the ribbon. I think this one might be blind. I'm not sure. Might be poison too. One of them is poison, one of them is blind. Anyways. We are now in phase 4, which is lightning. So if I break a lightning rod, it would heal him instead. He also, once again, he loses more and more of his physical defense and gains more and more magic defense. So there's a reasonable thing for me to just attack with the axe instead. Also thunder, that's 25% of our maximum health in damage, right there. Most of his attacks are actually 25% max HP damage to your entire party. Except for Blaze, that one is just a flat 240 damage for some reason. Claw, I believe, would actually confuse? I'm actually not sure about that part. Excuse me. Anyways, I'm gonna use a high potion on Lena. Heals for 500. We only have 2. Actually, I think we should have 3, shouldn't we? Anyways, Galef is playing support because his damage output is not that great. Then again, Lena sometimes gets low rolls as well. We had 5 high potions. I've been entirely mistaken on that side. We will soon be able to buy them, so using them here is reasonable. Although arguably I should try to preserve as many as I reasonably can. So yeah, anyways, this is phase 5. This is the only time the game actually tells you it switches phases. This phase here has all sorts of crazy attacks, including paralyzation and confusion attacks, and also has Maelstrom, putting you into critical HP. Or, well, tries to put your entire party into critical HP, and it is largely immune against all elements, except for water for some reason. Breathwing is 25% of our maximum HP and damage. That's just a regular attack, that's kind of unusual. Maelstrom, there it is. Actually just gonna have Galef swoop in and heal. Hoping to be in time. Okay, he does not heal in time because... yeah, I need to heal Lena here. It's a bit of a shame. She loses a little bit of damage because she has to heal. Uh-oh, that's a bad one. That is the confusion one. And Lena has the Doom Axe equipped. Nice dodge, Galef. Maelstrom puts us in critical HP. I hope you're fast enough, Galef. Alright, Lena is better dead than killing us, but... yep, we're dead. I should have actually used Hide and just let Archeoaevis take care of Lena. That actually would have made more sense in hindsight. But yeah, Maelstrom, or Entangle into Confusion, is kind of one of the few ways Archeoaevis is going to be able to defeat us in this situation. Especially if he hits the Confusion on Lena, the person that can instantly kill any of my party members with her Death Sickle or Doom Sickle. It's like an icicle, but it's doomed. To be fair, that's kind of true for most icicles in summer. Anyways. Lena's just fast enough to go before the Lamia. Galuf is not. He needs to stare at the Lamia for just a little bit longer before he can run away. Probably getting slapped in the process. Alrighty, round 2. But hey, if we had like the full party available, Archeoaevis last phase would not be nearly as big of a like death sentence if he does anything like that. But he isn't that much of a death sentence right now, so that's just what happens. He's immune to Charm and Stop, I believe. Actually, I'm not sure he's immune to Stop, now I think about it. But I think he is. Anyways, I should actually use the Katana in this situation. Because it has a 100% chance to hit, and this is still enough damage. At least I think it was enough damage. You can hide, Galuf. Alrighty, next up we fire, because it's the ice form right now. Yeah, the armor-piercing effect of the Doom Sickle is pretty strong here. So I guess the Katana only works on phase 1. Tail! You're immune to the status effect. You loaded up Final Fantasy V in an emulator and confirmed that Final Fantasy V used the same routines for Phoenix Downs on undead units as all the other instant death attacks, so I'm pretty sure that algorithm FAQ is correct. Okay, thank you. I appreciate actually going the extra distance there on that. Alright, nice. That is phase 3. You can hide again. And we throw another ice. And we're in the last phase once more. Galuf is just gonna stay hidden until he's needed. In fact, he probably should just stay hidden until Lena gets knocked out or something. Also, what I should have done earlier is I should have equipped the knife on Galuf. Assuming I still have it. I usually keep the knife, so I probably still have it. Bang, that would be bad if she got hit by it, so lucky that she blocked it. That was the confusion attack. Tangle is paralysis. Very inconvenient, we're just gonna wait here. Flame is 25% of her health gone. And Tangle does not work while she's already paralyzed. Bang. Well, just gonna wait. She knocks herself out of confusion without killing herself. That's pretty good actually. So we're gonna have Galuf swoop in and heal her, or try to heal her. Blaze 240 damage plus HP leak status. This is why we have Galuf here. By the way, he has 2,500 HP on the last phase here. And Tangle again! Should I just hide? It'll be fine this time, right? 25%. Galuf goes down to... Actually, no, he would survive one more. Thanks to the regeneration effect. Okay, Entangle. Either we resisted it, which we have a chance to, or Galuf got hit again with that. There's the Fang. Galuf should get a turn before Lena gets one, because it resets the ATB in this version. It does not in the Pixel Remaster for some reason. The knife deals 0 damage because it has not enough attack power to punch through Lena's defense. Which is why I should have used the knife in the previous attempt. There we go. Got him. Well done. ... Alrighty. This is the part where we unequip Galuf. Oh, by the way, those chests on the left side contain, I think, like an ether and a cottage, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, Galuf is gonna leave for a while, so we're gonna unequip him, so we can use his equipment afterwards. Snurp is down. Snurp? I don't know where that name comes from, but I'm happy with that idea. Your 6th run of the... Oh, sorry, I'm really slow at reading chat, because I tend to be focused on the game. Your 6th run of the year is a meteor run with Chemist, Mime, Blue Mage, and you haven't beaten Bronca yet. Chemist on Blue Mage. Definitely testing your knowledge there, or patience. But it's really strong. Snurp is a snack burp. I see, that makes a lot of sense. Snakebird is a very difficult puzzle game. That's kind of where my brain goes when I hear Snakebird. Would have been funny if you could encounter after unequipping Galuf, as encounters are active in that room. Yes, it is. Lena had enough HP to survive basically any attack, so... Well, I think she had enough HP to survive any attack. So I was probably fine. But yeah, I usually actually heal up before I move on. In this case, I figured, it's probably okay. A snurd. Also, we're gonna unlock the last job. I actually almost forgot about that part, to be completely honest. So... let's see what it's gonna be. It actually is an Earth job for once. Would you like to guess which Earth job it is? Alrighty, we have guesses for Dragoon, Zerker, Samurai. One of you guessed correctly. And I regret to inform you, it's not the Berserker. Chemist, no. It is Samurai. I don't remember when I last time had Samurai, but remember when I was kind of happy to realize that I actually had access to haste? Because I could equip the Samurai weapon. I can't equip the Samurai weapon anyways. To be fair, Samurai is a really good job by itself. Like, it's very straightforward for the most part on what it does. But it's also very strong in what it does. Plus, it will transfer its very powerful evasion ability passive to the Freelancer once we master it. Welcome to Final Fantasy V, where you throw money at your problems and make them disappear. To be fair, if you had the money to throw at your problems, a lot of them would disappear. Even in real life. Not all of them, but a lot. But that's kind of the catch. You can't just go out there and break a rod and grind out black flames in order to get the money. The game saw me using katanas. Yep. And they thought I was a born samurai. It's gonna be kind of tricky to find a use for Dancer, because mastering Dancer is actually going to be not useful at all, actually. Because we don't get any stats from the Dancer. The only stats with the Bard we had previously was gonna be 29 strength, which, you know, it's not much better than the Freelancer's 24. But with Samurai, I don't even remember what the Samurai strength stat is, but I'm pretty sure it's better than 29. Also, we're gonna have a lot more HP thanks to Samurai. So the end game is probably going to be one character is a Freelancer with Samurai mastered and the other character is the Samurai with probably Bard equipped. We could also do a bit of dancing, I guess. We can definitely do some dancing. It's plus 19. I assume that's from the base 24. Which would be 43. I have to admit that my brain doesn't really do the plus thing too well because I always need to remember what the basis is. I guess in this case I just know because I've been using Freelancer. Alrighty. Next we go and visit Sid and Mid over at the Meteor. Also, this is gonna be a solo character challenge with just Lena at this point. Until we get Caliph back. But also I have to say, I'm starting to get really hungry, so we're probably just going to use the power of the Samurai to get through this reasonably efficiently. Mostly for the Puroboros. Do we have enough money for that? Yeah, maybe. We might not have enough money to throw money at our problems. Anyways, Lena's gonna probably turn into the Samurai for a while. With... What's the speed stat of a Samurai? It's probably not that good, is it? Samurai... It's 26. Yeah, it's not that good. If you give the Samurai equip harp, she actually is going to get like 34s. 33 speed apparently. which is still better than the samurai had previously. Keep the stealth armor. Oh, right, you can't equip the ribbon anymore, that makes sense. You see in the SNES assembly that monsters randomly get 0, +1 or -1 to their trail speed. You don't think players do though. Wait, they can get 0? I am... Okay, so actually I remember something. Because I was doing the Solar Berserker testing, I think I only ever saw +1 or -1 to the individual parts of Neo X Death. But 2 parts. 1, my memory is notoriously terrible, so I might be wrong on that side. 2, I could have had a relatively small sample size, so it could have just been coincidence. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen +1 or -1, but never 0. And again, I am absolutely willing to accept that I'm wrong about that. It's just, that's how I saw it until now. I could be wrong. Okay, let's real quick figure out whether we have enough money to throw at the Ouroboros, because I have no idea. I don't remember the formula, but I think at level 27 it is gonna be quite expensive. Funnily enough, we could theoretically turn Ferris or Butts into a samurai and use Guild Toss with them, knocking out Lena instead, and it would be much more economical, because I'm pretty sure this is gonna be really expensive. Alright, after we give offerings to the Garula, aka we knock out 2 characters, so it is a correct character challenge. Fiery Blizzard! Thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. You may have just joined towards the end of the stream, because my belly is complaining. I'm trying to not eat as much, but consequently I tend to be hungrier early, which kind of throws a bit of a wrench into my usual streaming plans for the weekend. But yeah, welcome everybody. These guys have 1500 HP each. Normally Guild Toss would deal the same damage to all of them, a lot of it. Based on my current level and the amount of targets, I have to pay money for each one of them. And I feel like I'm not gonna have enough money to knock them all out. Let's see. Yep. 2 of them just survive. Yeah, that's a problem. Also, we have 0 money now. This is the price you pay for Samurai. But the Ouroboros, they do nothing the first 2 turns they get. And then the 3rd turn they get, they have a 1 in 3 chance to use Exploder. And both of them decided to use it. It's unlucky. It's so unlucky. Also, I do not want to knock out the Ouroboros myself, because if I do, they will cast Life 2 on all of their fallen allies, reviving them with full HP. Exploder deals damage based on their current HP remaining, which is why I hit both of them once, hoping that if one of them explodes, I'm not gonna go down. But, well. Anyways, Guild Toss again. But yeah, if Lena was lower level, she would deal way less damage with Guild Toss, but, you know, this is way overkill anyways. I'm kind of hoping for a crit on one of them. Because if I get a crit after I hit them once, then that could be bad. Alright, please only one explode. Okay, we dodged one, that's also good. Okay. I'm actually gonna switch weapons here, because the katana has a chance to crit, and I would prefer if you didn't accidentally knock them out. The guardian dagger almost does as much damage as the katana. Probably gets the +1 multiplier here. And now we should be maybe safe, if they both explode at the same time. Because, again, I can't really knock them out myself. If I do... Ouch, that's actually a lot more damage than I expected this to be. But yeah, if I were to knock these things out right now, it would just revive all of its bodies, which, you know, predictably is not a good idea for us. I could have actually equipped the sing command on Lena here, and used the stop song in order for the Ouroboros to not actually use life too, because, well, they would be paralyzed or, well, stopped to be able to do anything. Would it be against the spirit of the run to revive Bugs or Ferris for direct fire? I think it kinda does. Like, this is the amount of money, aka the price I have to pay if I want to use Guild Toss. Alternatively, I could try to do an alternative strategy where... Yeah, there we go. That worked out pretty well. We could alternatively use a strategy where we just hide on every third turn the Ouroboros get. Which means we never get attacked or exploded. And then we just slowly whittle them all down. Like unhiding, hitting them once, and then probably hiding again on their third turn each time. But that will also be kind of slow, so... This is the price I pay for a little bit of extra speed. How many fire rods do I have? Because I think I would want to have at least one, if not two, for Merugin. I have 3, that's fine. As long as we don't use them up, we're good. Alrighty, next up Katana, and just heal up. Is there anything else I could do? I do have Confusion and Stop Song. Stop Song is not gonna last long enough for Lena to get her turn back. I could theoretically go up to North Mountain, confuse one of those birds, give him an ether, and then gain float from that in order to circumvent the Earthshaker, but I'm just hoping he doesn't use Earthshaker on his own turn. Titan here only has like, what, 2,500 HP? Something like that. Welcome to Titan. He's level 1. I don't know why I need to point that out every single time, but I kinda do. Actually, we have 120 gold right now. Can I still use Guild Toss for the full power? No. Apparently not. There goes all my money. All 120 gil. Okay, we need to be reasonably high health. Lana, could you block some attacks, please? Because the Earthshaker is gonna deal a load of damage here. Yeah. I think this is a good time to use elixirs to heal up. Basically, I think every other turn he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Earthshaker, which deals a massive damage. Also, he will use Earthshaker as a counter once he is defeated. So we're just hoping that we are high enough HP by the time we defeat him to survive an Earthshaker counter, which right now I am. But I also didn't exactly keep track of his HP. I think he might be down. Yep, there it is, okay. That worked out quite fine. Because you'll then get to do Samson power into Darkshock to level 5 Doom on Titan. I never considered that. Wait, you get to do that if you have Chemist and Blue Mage. Somebody else earlier had Chemist and Blue Mage in the party. It's a fun idea. Alrighty. This guy also gave 120 coins. Let's see, I probably should turn her into a freelancer for this encounter here. We have less HP and we miss out on the ability points, but Lena as a freelancer can... Oh, we have Sword Slap. Sword Slap is supposed to paralyze enemies, but it doesn't. Like, that's all there is. It's supposed to paralyze, but it doesn't. So, the only use Sword Slap actually has is it circumvents the chicken knife's runaway effect, or any weapon that has like a chance to proc an ability or thing is not gonna proc if you use Sword Slap, which we actually kind of want stuff to proc, because we are gonna use Doom Axe here. With a 1 in 3 chance to instantly kill the boss coming up. We're gonna put Lennon to the back row. I actually don't even remember if Chimera Brain really attacks in physicals. Chimera Brain is mostly known for just dealing a lot of damage to your entire party with Aqua Rake and Blaze, and it's basically just a gigantic nuisance of how much damage it can deal to everybody. However, it has kind of two glaring weaknesses. One, it is not flagged as heavy in the code, so any status effect is gonna stick to it quite heavily, and two, it is not immune to instant death. I'm pretty sure I can use Stop Song on this thing, so here we go. Love Song is Stop Song. It's not gonna be able to move for about 2.5 turns. I'm not going to miss with my Death Sickle. So 1 try, 2 tries, and we win. No ability points, but that's okay. You like Stalkers, Dark Shock, Samson Power, Dark Shock, level 5 Doom. What even is Stalkers level 4? No, it wouldn't be 4 when you say Samson Power into Dark. No, actually it could be. Alright everybody, but I think I'm done for today. This has been the completion of level 1, sure, the World 1 of Final Fantasy V over Job Fiesta. We're gonna continue tomorrow. Sorry, a bit of a shorter stream than I wanted it to be, but I think that's sometimes okay. As I promised, this is the third Job Fiesta that we're gonna do this year. Maybe one more, maybe not. It kind of depends on the mood, really. But I hope you all had an excellent time. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. Bye bye.